I remember we bought appliances from them.
Good morning. Commissioner Algar, would you lead us in the pledge, please, and then a moment of silence?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Roll call, please.
Commissioner Kramer,
Present.
Commissioner O'Rourke,
Present.
Commissioner Rexroth,
Present.
Chairman Wessel,
Here.
Commissioner Ross,
Present.
Commissioner Alguier, Commissioner Lautner. Present.
Thank you. We're now ready to approve our agenda or add a late addition, and I have one proposed late addition would be the letter of support for TC Connect. Anybody have anything else? Commissioner Lautner.
I would like to remove a few items from the agenda. I would like to remove 3C, 4A, 1 and 2, B and C. And if I may, my reasons are we're going to be going into budget. I think we should address all of those issues during budget time.
Okay. Any other additions or deletions?
Where would you like to put the late addition one?
9F.
So
Commissioner Algar.
my comment on I hear your point because we are going into budget. I do believe 4, 1, and 2 are just common sense corrections to a present
I
policy.
believe probably we need to see if there's support for the motion and discuss this
Okay.
at that time.
Support.
Commissioner Rexroth?
Support.
All those in support of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say aye.
Aye.
Roll call, please.
Just one minute.
We could have maybe we have some more discussion then while the motion's on the floor?
Yeah, sure.
As I said, we're going into budget, and a lot of these things we have discussed before, but I just feel that if we're going to get into these right now, it's just going to snowball and just create a bigger issue, especially going into budget. If we address them all at the same time, I think it would be just a much more professional way to do it.
Understand. Commissioner Ross?
Does the 4A, 1, and 2 is the new director of the senior services, or this is just for another position in there, correct?
It's for
From what I see.
amended job description and adjustment to the wage for the care.
Okay.
And I'd like to add, it's because it turns out they're both doing the same thing. So it's just a minor correction. If they're both doing the same thing and one is making a little bit more, they just want to even that out.
I would
So it's
like
like
to
a
comment
correction.
if I could. I understand the concern, and I do believe that most of these ought to go to budget discussions. I believe some discussion today at least gets us ready for that. So I'm not going to support the motion to take it off the agenda, but I will speak to putting it toward budget on most of the items. That's just me. Any other comment? Roll call, please, on the motion then.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor to approve the agenda, removing 3C, 4A, 1 and 2, and B and C,
Yes.
and you're adding the late addition as 9F.
Right.
Okay? Motion by Lautner. So Commissioner Lautner,
Yes.
Commissioner O'Rourke,
No.
Commissioner Rexroth,
Yes.
Commissioner Ross,
No.
Chairman Wessel,
No.
Commissioner Alguier,
No.
Commissioner Kramer. No. Motion fails.
Could I have
Mr.
another
Chairman?
motion, please? Commissioner Lautner?
May we take the, I would make a motion to approve the agenda, taking off 3C, putting 4A, 1 and 2, discussion, removing B and C, and adding late addition F.
Did you get that, Jen? Do I have a second for that?
Support.
Would you restate that motion?
Yes, it would be approving the agenda, removing 3C, having 4A, 1 and 2 be discussion today, and removing B and C. The idea of moving those to budget time.
Any discussion on that motion?
I just would like to support Commissioner Lautner. Of course, I seconded the motion, but it seems, and I would encourage this board to consider maybe setting like a couple semi-annual times. It seems like every single meeting we come to, we're handling a personnel raise issue. And it is not an efficient way to run or able to even establish or maintain a budget. So I support it in saying, hey, maybe we should make it board policy to review these things at budget time and then some other time 6 months away, except in cases of emergencies where, you know, there's been a staff departure or something like that. So I don't know how you could even manage your budget when every meeting we have another personnel issue to discuss that was not anticipated when we created our budget.
Thank you. Commissioner Alguier?
Just a comment, when I read the material on the prosecuting attorney posting, they are anticipating a change, and they said it didn't affect their budget. So I kind of trust them to,
Potential, that should be discussed at budget. That's my comment. We should be discussing that at budget time.
and I trust them to be able to
Commissioner Ross?
run their show.
So to follow up on Commissioner Rexroth, nothing in these items is going to make a difference before we have a chance to discuss this properly at when budget. There's no emergency, as he alluded to, right? I mean, so, yeah.
You want to speak?
There is one particular issue that relates to the request about FOIA. That is a mandated service that we're required to perform, and the prosecutor's office is no longer interested in providing that. So that is something that we need to address. So I think I would ask the board to at least listen. And I certainly understand as well the issue, and that's certainly the intent that I'd like to get to, where we're looking at these requests annually. Sometimes things come up where there's discrepancies or inequities that have to be addressed, and so that's why I'm bringing these things to you today.
So you are saying that if, I'm sorry, you're saying if we did get a FOIA request between now and when we have a time to discuss this during budget, what would happen? I mean, we still have a process, don't we?
The prosecutor has said that he wants to step away from that, from providing that service, which means we need to make a determination how the board will handle that going forward, as that responsibility lies solely with the board.
So what's the timeframe that the prosecuting attorney has given you for that?
He would like to exit that in the next 30 to 60 days.
And is there another mechanism such as a stipend to take care of that without actually making a definite budget commitment?
I have not discussed that with the prosecutor, but I don't think it would be viable there, but it may be an option.
Somewhere else, I mean, for the same, without making a commitment budget-wise that we are now locked into.
That's a big job for you. is
Something our attorneys may also be able to handle for us, too.
There was a discussion.
Let me make a suggestion, and then we'll take a vote. The administrator has asked that she be heard on that. That's covered under 4C. I share the concern about off-budget cycle conversations, but I would suggest that we listen to her concerns about FOIA and make a decision at that time when that item comes. But that's just my suggestion. We do have a motion on the floor.
So if I amend the motion to put C back on the agenda also for discussion, and we can hear the administrator.
Thank you.
Yep.
Is there a second to that?
Support.
Been moved and seconded. All those in support of that motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
We have an agenda at 6-1. Thank you.
You know what, I need to be clear on what just passed. I'm not sure was it Commissioner Lautner's?
So I have it as you're removing agenda item 3C,
Yes.
4, 1, and 2,
Our discussion.
discussion, and remove B and C
C's back on as discussion.
with the amendment.
Right.
Okay.
We are retaining C for, yes. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. We have an agenda. At this time, we have our first public comments session of the day. You're limited to 3 minutes. We'd ask you to address the entire Board of Commissioners, and we thank you for being here. And if you'd like to be recognized, please raise your hand. Dr. Conley.
Good morning, Barbara Conley, Northport. I have 2 things. One is to express gratitude to April Macias for her leadership here and wish her the best going forward. And secondly, just to, not that you need reminding, but we do have a mental health crisis going on. And I urge this board to support the Crisis Center. That's a regional one in TC, Traverse City, and urge this board to urge the Northern Lakes Board to apply for a certified community behavioral health clinic to help out with this issue.
Thank you. Thank you. Anybody else? Yes, sir.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Russ Knott, and I am a co-owner of Comfort Keepers, a company providing in-home care to seniors in Leelanau County in partnership with Leelanau County Senior Services. I'm here today to publicly recognize April Macias. My comments today reflect feedback from our clients, our caregivers, and my partner Leslie and I as business owners. Comfort Keepers has partnered with Leelanau County for many years. We think it's close to 15 now, to provide assistance to Leelanau County seniors. Before April took the reins of the department 10 years ago, things were good and many seniors received valuable help. During April's tenure at the county, she has taken the department and its services to a new level of excellence. April is a skilled administrator who has built a solid foundation and processes to ensure the seniors who need the most help will receive the services they need when they need them. She has high expectations for all of us who are serving seniors and provided a reliable system to establish services and for ongoing communication with providers that enables us to provide dependable services that are tailored to meet individuals' needs. April is a compassionate, caring leader who treats all people, from clients, family members, direct care workers, schedulers, and administrative employees with respect and kindness. We believe that April has positioned the department for success in the future and that her work here will benefit seniors in the county for many years to come. We will miss working with her in this capacity and thank her for the opportunity we have had to work with her in the past 10 years. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Sir, would you be willing to share your notes with the clerk for the record? Thank you very much. Yes, Mr. Walcott.
I'm Peter Walcott from Christmas Cove. I'm here, we noticed that on the agenda, the request to establish renewable energy task force. And I've been on the board and I'm the director for policy of Leelanau Energy, the organization that's been around for over 10 years now to promote renewable energy in Leelanau County. And I am particularly supportive of this request for two fundamental reasons. One is every landowner should be able to do what they want to do with their own property as far as renewable energy, and the task force could help facilitate that within the county. The second is that there's a myriad of new opportunities, financial opportunities for businesses, government, and individuals for weatherization, renewable energy, and the opportunities for financial support. And even I don't understand all of them as they're being implemented. It'd be great to have a task force that can look at those kinds of issues also. So please, I hope you support the request. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, Joe, Mr. DePore.
I am also here to support Commissioner Algeyer's agenda item number 9. My name is Joe Forrest. I am a Leelanau Township resident and also a board member of Leelanau Energy. Leelanau Energy is a nonprofit that advocates and educates for renewable energy. To put it simply, we believe that clean energy is a tool, if used wisely, that really can be a fantastic resource that protects the air, land, and waters of Leelanau. And these are the things that we'll do today and will keep Leelanau the magical place that it is and will always be. And so, quite simply, we hope that you will pass this agenda item, and we offer our support and assistance in the future if you do so. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
Good morning, I'm Heidi Dustin, Executive Director of the Area Agency on Aging in Northwest Michigan. I'd like to commend April Messias for her leadership for the last 10 years with the Leelanau County Senior Services. She has been an amazing counterpart. Her leadership in this county has been exemplary. I can't express how much she has done for the seniors in this county, what a great partner she has been. Her service is going to be missed, and I just want to thank her and recognize her.
Thank you, Heidi.
Thank you.
Any other public comment? Yes, Lisa. I bet I know what you're going to say.
I was going to give our report, but I can't go without saying it. I also just have to say the same thing. Working with April the last 10 years, the collaboration, the compassion, the analysis that she does, and the partnership is just unparalleled. I'm very excited to work with Lena. I don't know what size shoes she wears, but April has big shoes to fill, but I think her shoes, I'm sure, will be just as big. And April has just done wonderful things for this county, and just very honored to be a part of it.
Thank you. Steve? Yes. Mr. Bukowski.
Good morning.
Morning.
Steve Mikowski with Leelanau. We taxpayers need to cherish people who apparently know what it's like to meet payroll. They have been in business
the discussion this morning about the agenda items as a revealing item of how we do things in a chaotic manner, helter skelter, and hodgepodge ways. At last night's meeting was discussed about the commissioner discussed township board meeting that we're having a capital improvements plan. And then we're going to spend the taxpayers' money on all the things in the capital improvements plan. Nothing is mentioned about this discussion, about need, necessity, justification, or benefit. We never talk about those things. We never have a report on most of those things that we have approved for many, many years of these commissions. And never do we talk about the fact that commissioners should not be spending money, should only be spending money on essential and mandated items. All items that are not essential and non-mandated should not be addressed by the commissioners or township government except by a petition of the people, a lawful petition. But commissioners and township boards over the years have manipulated things because they want to be able to have somebody pat their back of the great things they've achieved. They spend the money first and tax us later. I recall a discussion a couple, 3 years ago about a commissioner asking for a reduction in taxes, and that was met with fury from the rest of the commissioners. We didn't want to touch that with 10 foot pole. The fiduciary duty does not matter anymore in commissioners, in most commissioners. So what we have continuing chaos, and that chaos has been accelerated since May 11th, 2021. Clerk voting decision. We are asking you again to begin the process immediately of accounting for all the costs and the harm done to people of that decision. Not doing that corrupts every decision you make here and have been making since that May 11th, 2021 date. Please take some action to provide an accounting to the taxpayer on this matter. Otherwise, you will have already lost most of your credibility. For next election, you may not be here. Because efforts will be made to be disclosed and let the people know what we have failed to do and follow up. $500 million that's been wasted to date. It's not small potatoes. And if you're willing to let that be wasted, you are unfit for public office. Thank you. Yes, Bill. Yes. Yes.
Bill Reeser, Humboldt Township, and again, the beauty of paper ballots that you can validate and that we can do locally here is what we need in this country. One person, one ballot, one vote, one day would make for no problem. No problem. We're not saying clerks are doing the thought, but it's with the machines, with the whole setup. And there's nobody, so many people don't trust them. And that's what this handout's about. I started with this picture on the top. I was able, I think it's giving me trouble until my hip operation, hopefully, but I was able to go down to the first day of the Thunderbird at the open space there and have a sign there. I would have been much more involved in the whole cherry festival. My leg got bad, but we need to get this message out. This is the number one thing. is no fraud. Whether or not people know it, they're responsible for honest elections, and that's all we're asking for. And so I quoted here too, and it's just the signs. I don't have anybody take a picture of myself, so I put the signs in the air above what I'm looking at. So that's what that is. But Leelanau commissioners at the last meeting in June, Kama Ross and Glenn both spoke up and said they trust the elections. And Michelle Crocker is above the group. I don't say that's not true, but we don't trust the elections, and there's good reason. So Kama said, I've been a resident of Leelanau County for 10 years, and I would like to say that now this is a transcript, so if it's a little off, I didn't check it close enough. That somebody mentioned that we should be leaders for leaders, and we are led by our voting system is led by one of the most experienced and ethical clerks in the state, Michelle Crocker. And I'm proud that we are leaders, and that we are providing our residents with a safe and secure way to cast their votes. Leaders, yes, leaders will look into the evidence for fraud. And Glenn went on, I would hardly agree with that. I have to finish it at the end, but then I have reasons. Well, then look at this evidence. Thank you. I'll have to share the 5 minutes at the end.
Thank you, Bill.
Thanks, Bill.
Any other public comment? Yes, Mr. Johnson.
Thank you.
My name is Jay Johnson. I'm from Empire Township. I've got two things I want to raise today. One is the gentleman who just spoke. He's insisting on paper ballots. That's what we have. Every ballot in this county is a paper ballot, unless you are so handicapped that you have to enter an electronic one. So I think this is a red herring, and this man should stop.
Mr. Johnson, please address the Board of Commissioners and not the previous speaker.
Well, I think we have an excellent system of paper ballots in this county. Michelle Crocker does a fabulous job in educating the various township clerks who actually administer our elections. And I have complete faith and confidence in them. And every ballot is subject to recount. Someone pulls them out of the machine and manually looks at them to verify the totals if there's any discrepancy. I've seen that happen, and I respect it. The second item I have, and I didn't mean to say this, but I lost a worthy opponent a couple of weeks ago. That was Charlie Knapp. I appreciated his viewpoints. I didn't agree with them most of the time, but I'm sorry that he lost his life. And I hope someone steps forward and fills those shoes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson.
Thank you.
Any other public comment this morning? We will have another, at the end of the meeting, another opportunity for a 5-minute public comment. Thank you very much for being here. Thank you for your comments. We're now at commissioner comments. Commissioner Elgar?
I want to echo the lauds and honors extended to April Messias. We've been honored to have you leading our senior services and building a wonderful team, a wonderful program, and serving all of us here in Leelanau County. And I'm very excited that You are following your dream. And I can't wait to see what you create next in your life. Thank you.
Any other commissioner comment? Okay, thank you. We're now at communications, proclamations, and presentations, and we'll start with our administrator update. Deb?
Well, I suppose it's very fitting that I start off my comments also with showing admiration to April. I've known her for many, many years prior to coming here to the county. She is a professional, she's an advocate for seniors, and I know that she's going to continue to do that in her new role as a geriatric counselor. So I think that is a service that is so desperately needed in our community. So I think we're grateful to be able to retain her here and serving the seniors. She has vowed that she would not be a stranger and that she would be willing to assist where needed. So I'm going to, it's publicly stated now, April, so there's an expectation. With that, not to take anything away from April, but to celebrate the fact that we are looking to bring new leadership with Lena Vandermeulen to the position. So Lena does not officially start until next week, so there'll be just a few days of a gap. But she has been committed already and has spent countless hours already coming into the office, working with April, and trying to get up to speed. So I'm grateful to her for that level of commitment. And I think we were blessed with April, and I think we have exciting things to look forward to with Lena.
Are you waiting for a round of applause?
Yes,
now?
sure.
Yes, well done.
I usually start out my comments with some kudos, so I'll try to be quick today because I think I have several comments here. I want to give some kudos out to the group that conducted the the Kids Fishing Day, most recently at Veronica Valley Fishing Pond. I think Commissioner Lautner had maybe mentioned that also, but there was some great exposure to that and some great support, and about 600 kids participated in that, so it was a great event. I do want to also give kudos out to the Parks and Recs Commission. There is a 2% grant award that we'll be having a special meeting for following this meeting to approve that because the check distribution is this Friday. So that is the justification for that special meeting, just so you know. And that was to support some eradication of invasive species. So that's a great thing that we're moving forward with on that. We appreciate the support with the Grand Traverse Band. In terms of project updates, a couple things. Lower Level Health Department and Environmental Division project. That project has been rebid and proposals are due by July 31st. I know that we have had several calls, so I'm anticipating that we'll receive at least 1 or 2 bids, if not more, for that project. So that will be an opportunity for the board to look forward on how they want to proceed with that project when those bids come in. Likewise, the HVAC section, I should say 2 and 3. The RFPs are pending review of legal right now and should be distributed by the end of this month and hopefully back in August. And then we will most likely either have a special meeting depending on the timing of when those RFPs come back to discuss that project as well. In regards to that, there are 2 EDSs that you'll be looking at today for additional heat pumps. This may be a condition that continues, but just kind of keeping informed on that. Status on the Raymond project. I think you're all aware that we contracted with Raymond, the company that also does our audit, to assist us with the transition. There has been, the first phase was an information gathering that has been completed. Those documents are now being evaluated by our consultant, Rachel Frisch. And then the next step would be once Rachel compiles all that information, she'll make some recommendations, and then we'll have a final recommendation to the board on processes, policies, and procedures going forward. So we are in step 1 of that, moving on now to step 2. So that is moving forward. We also are in the process, the board approved previously the Rural Readiness Grant application that Trudy's working on for a grant writer. And so actually determining how that will be done, I think we're looking at potentially a consulting type of situation rather than a staff situation. But the grant requires a letter of support from the county. And so I would ask that the board, at some point in the meeting, we don't have that as a specific action item, but I will need to just generate a letter of support from the county for that grant. So perhaps a motion at some point would be appropriate. I do want to mention that we have a meeting set up with Senator DeMoose in the next week to talk about the next steps for the juvenile facility since the funding did not come forward for that project, so there are still continuing talks. And likewise, State Representative Kofia will be here next Tuesday to talk about some of the budget issues, so she's requested to come and speak to the board. And then lastly, Point Broadband. I'm excited that we're moving forward. I just want to let you know that we did allocate $3.2 million for the ARPA funds. There is 1.8 that is yet to be committed, and the first of the boxes will be online, anticipated by the end of this month. So as those boxes come online, then we will be required to start putting forward those payments for that. So just a little update on that. In terms of a couple upcoming dates, just mark Wednesday, July 19th, the Committee of the Whole for our discussion in regards to our HR policies. Tuesday, July 18th from 3 to 4 is the ice cream social for our employees and our elected officials. And we also have the BPW that day. And then that evening, we have the regular board commission meeting. We will be starting to look at targeting dates for our budget sessions, and the first dates we'll be looking at will be in the first or second week of August. And I do have kind of a checklist, or we'll be reaching out to you about that. And then lastly, we typically have an opportunity for new commissioners to make a trip out to Manitou to experience the entire county. I'm going to pass around a sign-up sheet for anyone who's interested. We have 2 dates, so we're just trying to close that in because we need to arrange transportation for that. And that is everything that I have in my report. If there's any questions.
You said July 19th for the Committee of the Whole?
2 p.m. Committee of the Whole, July
At what
19th.
time was that?
2 p.m. Thank you. Okay.
Any questions, any additional questions for Ms. Allen? Yes.
The trip out to Manitou Island, the purpose of that exactly is?
It has been, historically, it has been something that has been offered to allow the commissioners to experience, and we have the park ranger that meets us there, and the sheriff's department arranges the transportation. So it is.
May I back up a little bit? So the Sheriff's Department is responsible for the islands. So they go out and inspect and patrol it yearly or regularly. And what they do then, since they're going anyway, they say, well, come on board a couple of commissioners every year because it doesn't cost any more to take commissioners out.
Thank you.
It's not a
appreciate
special
that.
trip for commissioners by any means or anything like that.
Thank you for that clarification.
They are in my Leland Township, so, but I have volunteered out there, been out there, so I'm not gonna steal a spot. But I would love to go, but if anyone hasn't been there, go for it, yeah, it's lovely.
And bring your bug spray.
Not so bad.
Any other questions for Deb from her report? Very, very complete, thank you.
Would it be possible to request approval of a letter of support?
Yes,
Right.
I think we could do that under 9F, and we'll call that letters of support. We've got one for TC Connect and one for rural
Thank you.
grant, if that's okay.
I'm sure it's fine.
Any objection?
No.
Thank you. Okay, Deb, you want to introduce our next
Certainly.
agenda
Well,
item?
each July is standard. There are different departments that provide their updates throughout the year. And this month is the senior services update. And so we kind of have a trifecta today. We have Heidi, who's with us from the Area Agency on Aging. We have Lisa, who's with us from Meals on Wheels. And we also have April, who will be doing her report for senior services. So there is a PowerPoint presentation, and I believe that that is being pulled up. So we will coordinate that over here. Hopefully by our next meeting, we will have 2 televisions. One that will be geared toward the board, and the other that will be geared toward the audience. So that is in the process right now. So that's all we have to share.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Morning.
So traditionally, we've always done 3 separate presentations, and it did not make sense to us last year to do 3 separate, so we combined and did one together because we were all serving seniors in the county. So we did the same thing today. Hopefully it will save some time on your end as well. So today we're going to talk about seniors in Leelanau County and how we've how the three of us collaborate among with many other organizations to meet the needs there. Oh, next slide. Next slide. All right, and I'm going to hand over to Heidi, who's going to talk about the demographics and the growing population.
So as you know, the population of Leelanau has been relatively flat with some upticks over the last few years. If we look at the 60, we tend to think about the senior population as 60 plus because that's where senior village comes into play, as well as federal funding when programs and services start to come in. And that population of 60 plus has been growing at a 2 to 3% per year. So if we think of this, the 2010 census being at 6,974, it has now grown to 9,075 with the American Community Survey of 2021. Next slide, please.
I have a quick question for you, ma'am.
Yes.
So this is of only the year-round, or those who claim homestead for Leelanau County?
Those are, you can see the American Community Survey census.
Yeah.
Yes, it's
Okay.
not the seasonal.
So, right, we have no idea, if you were to add the seasonal on top of that, what our senior population would be?
We don't know.
We have an idea, okay.
We have an idea. It would be a lot.
So it would be a lot.
More.
Yeah.
What we do know, though, is those claiming on the census that the population has been growing from 32% of 60 plus up to 41% at 2021. So and what we know is in the 10 counties that the area agency on aging serves, this is the oldest county in the Northwest region. So, something to hold in esteem, but it also has a lot of implications for when we think about programs and services and infrastructure in the county. Next slide, please. Next slide, thank you. The good news is, even though we've been saying the baby boomers are coming, the baby boomers are coming, the baby boomers are here, they're still relatively young. So when we look at the cohorts within the 60 plus population, the 52% are still within their 60s. So that's good news in terms of services, that we're not having that influx yet into a huge demand on services. That we're seeing the demand, but it's not yet into the aggressive stage that we're going to see later in this decade and into the 2030 decade. 32% are in the 70s and 16% are in the 80s.
Going off of that, we see different needs at different ages. So typically, next slide. So in our 60s, we see seniors that are coming in, they're just looking for information, education. They're maybe thinking about what life might be like as they age and what they can do to prepare for that. When we look into the 70s, that's when there's more information is being shared, but also begin to look at care management or services, begin to see some services or looking for opportunities for socialization. So we're starting to see that their bodies are aging. And by the time we get into our 80s, it's a more intense service that we're providing. A lot of times it's, providing services in the home or more resources and things that are going to support them as they try to age in place. And I think it's interesting, 88% of older adults want to age at home, and that's according to the Leelanau Institute of Health and Policy Innovation. So, and we hear this all the time. Everyone wants to live in their own home, and so they're trying their best to make that happen. And so how can we, as organizations and collaborations, come together to support them in doing that in a safe way? Next slide. So this is just, I think, a great part of how we all collaborate. So the different things that we provide and how there's crossover, and we're collaborating to meet those needs. These are a lot of the same services that we provide. A lot of these, our agency provides a number of these, and as well as some Meals on Wheels and also giving your girls to access those services if they should need it. So, Leelanau County Senior Services, we're a support county for seniors that are 60 years of age or older and residents of the county. So we provide a variety of supports and services to the residents here in the county that they're going to hopefully meet their needs as they are in support as they age and try to age in place.
So we provide a lot of information and resources. I think that's probably one of our greatest assets is being able to connect with a senior or a family member and talk about what services are necessary or to be supported for that senior to age in place. How can we assist them? And if we can't assist them, how can we connect them with other organizations so that they can maintain that? Oh, sorry. Next slide.
I tried to whisper it to her, but she
Sorry.
didn't.
I saw that
She didn't hear
you were
me.
looking.
Next.
So we have a small staff in senior services. I'm very grateful. It's been myself, the director. We have a care coordinator, a resource coordinator, and an account clerk. And so it's important that we are able to develop collaborations with other organizations. We're a small staff, so how can we meet those needs? And so it's important to work with organizations within Leelanau County, outside of Leelanau County, to really build that network. So when we have someone that's coming to us and really has a need or that they're trying to meet, we can look at and say, oh, we cannot provide that, but I know who can, and I can connect you with them to make sure that that is met. So I think that's the value in that collaboration. So we provide.
Next slide.
So we provide a number of services and programs that are available for all seniors, regardless of income and asset. And here's a big list of things that we've provided this past year and kind of numbers of how many seniors took advantage of that. So the list range. We sell care vouchers for to people to attend to their feet. We offer tax assistance, math appointments, which is Medicare and Medicaid assistance program. We have a specialist that comes in and can help someone sign up for Medicare or pick the great drug plan for them that's been right for them. We collaborate with Meals on Wheels and have been able to assist in handing out meals through Leelanau Christian Neighbors. And the pandemic really showed us there's been a number of seniors that have had food insecurity. And so we developed a collaboration with Leelanau Christian Neighbors. And one of the great things we've been able to do is if they had any food that was left over from their pantry days, they would call us. And then we're able to go out and deliver that to seniors so that food does not go to waste and it's meeting a need for a senior as well. And we've also done fun things. We've had luncheons. Anybody can come and have lunch together. A Christmas party. So our list is pretty vast, and it's something that a lot of people can take advantage of. And I want to thank you for all that participated or came to our expo. That was one of our great programs we've been able to provide for the community. It was really nice to be able to do that after the pandemic. So, all right, next slide. There have been a number of questions about how many people do we provide services for. So the graph on the left, you'll see in 2022 we were able to provide 2,048 seniors with some type of service, and just through May in 2023 we surpassed that at 2,261. So we're growing. The need is we're seeing more and more people accessing support and services to our office. The average age, I think, is really interesting. If we look at from 2020, the average age was 82, and as of this year, so far, the average age is 77.7. So I think that shows that there's a need. There's also an awareness of our program that people are accessing it, and that people are having greater needs at younger ages too. That could be also you could also do that as well. So transportation, next slide. One of the services and supports we provide is transportation. So we collaborate with ShareCare, who has volunteers that provide transportation to medical appointments. We also contract with Comfort Keepers that can provide transportation to medical appointments for seniors. And specifically that is that they've been great in helping to meet the need for those that maybe have some physical mobility issues, challenges. And so they're able to take those cases more so than a volunteer would be able to assist with transportation. So last year we had 75 seniors in the county that accessed transportation services, totaling 455 rides. And so that, yes.
Are you aware of seniors who use the Beta Link service?
We do, yes, there are some that are able to access that, and for those that meet certain income and asset qualifications, I am able to assist with a beta card. I don't, a lot of the people that are accessing other transportation services for medical appointments, really, most of them, it would be very challenging for them to navigate the beta bus. Just because of mobility challenges or, you know, and just the time on a bus, I think for many of them would be very, it would be difficult.
Yeah, so this is another step down.
This is another step down, yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. Another great program that we offer is we have a loan closet. We have a medical equipment loan closet that anybody can access within the county. And so last year we loaned out 325 pieces of equipment. 196 people took advantage of that. So, and the number is growing this year as well. So another great program is assessments, and anybody can access an assessment. So this would be an in-home assessment. So someone calls our office and they're requesting information about services, not knowing who to turn to. You know, can they, what to do, how to make plans. We oftentimes have family members that say, I'm here visiting, you know, mom and dad, I see there's a decline, we need some additional support, but we need to know where we could go for those resources. So our care coordinator, resource coordinator goes out and can do some assessments. So I just wanted to show you this, is just a snippet of our assessment form. So it just kind of highlights some of the things it asks.
I just need to take a quick pause. I'm sorry.
No,
It just said that my video went absent, and so I have no idea what that means. Okay, there we go. So, why did I don't know.
Thank you very much for your patience. We will now reconvene.
All right.
Thanks, April.
Yeah, so we were talking about assessments, and how we will do an in-home assessment for a senior or a family member that requested to help put together a plan or put some resources in place. And so I just kind of gave you a snippet of some of the things that we asked on that assessment. I wanted to point out a couple of stats related to the assessments we did. We completed 222 assessments just in 2022. And of those 222, 52% had mobility challenges. 57% had difficulty shopping, and 50% had difficulty cooking meals. 77% had difficulty like cleaning at home. And that is a big request we receive a lot of. It's just because of mobility challenges, it's hard to maintain their environment. And then the nutrition, so 52% are not able to physically shop or to cook for themselves. So that is a huge challenge. And that's when we collaborate with Meals on Wheels to help with that. Or we will deliver a meal, leftover food, and sometimes meals leftover from the Christian neighbors as well to try to meet that need. Food is important. You'll hear that from Lisa today, the importance of food. So, next slide. So we also provide a program that's based on income and asset, and that's financial assistance. So in 2022, we had 155 people that completed an application. We're looking for financial assistance related to maybe it was a heating and utility bill, or it could be in-home services. And so as of through May, we have 125 people that have already applied. And you'll see there, in 2020, we had 124 for the entire year. We're only through May, we've had 125. So our numbers are going up. There is an increased need. I would say when I first started, we had a lot of people that applied at the beginning of the year, like in January, and then we wouldn't have anybody that would apply after that. And we're just seeing it's an ongoing thing throughout the year. There's a huge need for services in the home or that financial assistance piece. And so I also, on the chart, we divided out between the percentage of those seniors who had applied, what township they were in. I know that's of interest sometimes to you, and then to see how many people from your area maybe have applied for assistance. And so one of the big things we do is we provide in-home services for those
financial and asset qualifications. And last year, we had 75 people that had applied for and received some type of in-home services. So those in-home services are related to homemaking. Yes. Oh, sorry. Next slide. I'm sorry. I get excited and I talk.
Just following along.
Yes, I appreciate that. Last year we had 75 seniors that received some type of in-home service. And so those services that we can provide are 2 hours of homemaking, usually every other week, 4 hours of respite care. And that would be, so if you have a loved one you're caring for, your spouse, or you have a daughter that's living with you and needs a break from caregiving, we can help assist with that. Personal care, so that would be assistance with bathing. So if somebody is having challenges attending their personal care, you would have somebody that could come in and either just be in the home for safety reasons, or that could actually assist with and help that person bathe. And then also medication management. So that's a nurse that's going out, putting medications in boxes to make it easily accessible for them to take their medications. That nurse also oftentimes will advocate and work with physicians and pharmacies to make sure the medications are refilled. And so we also did the breakdown of those 75 people, what township they were in. So next slide. So I just wanted to show kind of over the years in 2020, where we're at. We had 73. Last year we had 75. So far this year we have, and I know this number has changed because we've accepted some new referrals for in-home services. So it's more than 62, I would say 65, 67 easily. And the average age of people who are receiving in-home services is in that 80 range, so 8.8. And we talked about how that, when we see those increased needs and requests when we get into our 80s. And so that is senior services. And I'm going to turn it over to Heidi, who's going to talk about Area Agency on Aging.
Thank you. So the Area Agency on Aging is a quasi-governmental organization. We cover 10 counties in Northwest Michigan. We are governed by a board of directors made up of county commissioners and appointees. We have an annual revenue of about $19 million. We're made up of 70% Medicaid through the My Choice Waiver Program, which is essentially puts nursing home level care in the home, as well as about $5 million that comes through the Older Americans Act and Older Michiganians Act, federal funding, state funding for programs and services that either we deliver directly or we RFP out through to other services like Meals on Wheels. We also provide information and assistance similar to Leelanau County Senior Services to individuals calling in. We have a team of nurses and social workers who answer complex calls all day. What do we do to help mom and dad? They're declining. How do we support them? And then we coordinate care to go into that home. So when someone needs a higher level of care coordination that can be done at the county level, they're referred over into our programs and services for a nurse and social worker to track on them and to coordinate that care. Next slide, please. So regionally, we answered 3,316 complex calls that our nurses and social workers responded to and assisted with over the course of the fiscal year 22. In Leelanau County specifically, we care coordinated 26 individuals and we paid $352,000 to local agencies to coordinate care, mainly to Comfort Keepers and a few other individual agencies. And then we granted $161,000 to NMCAA to provide Meals on Wheels and congregate meals. Next slide, I'm going to turn it over to Lisa.
So, please go check right now. Meals on Wheels, and so we are part of Northwest Michigan Community Action Agency, NMCAA, and our executive director, Carrie Bachman, was here just a few weeks ago and gave an overview of all the programs that NMCA covers. Meals on Wheels is a regional nutrition provider, meaning we cover 4 counties, Grand Traverse, Leelanau, Western, and Misaki. And so our mission is really to improve the health and quality of life, similar mission to all of us, but vulnerable home-owned seniors by delivering vital nutrition, compassionate visits, safety checks, and really the whole goal is to enable seniors to live nourished lives, not just nourished in their body, but nourished really in their soul by providing more than a meal with independence and dignity. And as
April said 88%. I've seen that number over the years, but one is staying in their home. And Meals on Wheels is one of the key services that in and of itself can enable people to do that, and I've talked about Friday. So we do provide home delivered and congregate meals. When COVID occurred, people congregating for meals was not safe, and so we quickly switched and kind of pivoted and partnered with Leelanau County Senior Services to provide what we call curbside meals. So they're frozen meals provided that we hand out for Leelanau Senior Services, hands them out at Leelanau Christian Neighbors. So there's two groups, Leelanau Senior Services as well as the Grand Rapids Band, that we provide those frozen meals as well. And so what Meals on Wheels is all about, it's first of all nutrition, as April said. Food insecurity is so much of an issue with so many individuals, but especially with seniors. And so the first thing we do is provide nutrition. Food is medicine. If people don't have food, they're not going to be here for any other services. And food is medicine. Sometimes just having the right food, we receive feedback all the time about clinically how that helps them, that they go to see the doctor and after they've been on Meals on Wheels, how their numbers in terms of being a diabetic is better, how their numbers in terms of their salt intake is better, all of those things. So we are highly regulated. Again, we receive the funding from the area agency, and along that comes about a manual, 127 pages of guidelines. Part of that is nutrition, and so we are bound by state and federal guidelines for nutrition and have a dietary nutritional analysis program to make sure we're meeting that. So the first thing is nutrition, but it is so much more than a meal. It's someone coming, it's someone, first of all, doing a safety check to make sure that they're there, that they're literally alive and well. Sometimes we're the only people that they may see for that day or days at a time. But then it's more than that. It's that compassion. It's showing that people care. We become part of their family. It's amazing how just a few minutes can add up to really a lifetime of friendship. And we're their safety net. I thought when I first started, I came from the healthcare background where I was in the hospital and we called 911. We had code blues and things of that sort. I was like, well, we're just providing meals, not just providing meals. And we have come upon people many times that have had to call 911, more times than I care to really know. But we've literally saved people's lives because they haven't been there. And oftentimes they'll wait for us to come because they know we're going to be a caring person that's going to take care of them. And then in addition to that, we also provide in-home assessments. Part of the requirement is that we do that when someone starts after 2 weeks and then every 6 months. And the goal is to make sure that how they like Meals on Wheels is very focused on client satisfaction and choice. So do they like Meals on Wheels? How is it helping them? We have outcomes measures that we maintain. And then also to hook them up with other services. Whether if they're not already receiving Leelanau Senior Services, it may be connecting with them or other places within the county like Share Care or other places with other providers that may be, again, more intense services through the area agency, or it could be Tuesday Tollman to fix a shower rod, things of that sort. So a wide variety of things. Also could include adult protective services if we're concerned. And so we collaborate a lot with the family and other providers to make sure they're not just receiving Meals on Wheels, but I think it's so much more than meal, not just that day, but for their life in general. In terms of what we provided last year, regionally, just so get that perspective, in Fort County, we provided 164,533 meals to 1,117 homebound seniors. That was just the homebound seniors part. And then with the congregate meals, we provided an additional 24,377 meals throughout the 4 counties to 781 individuals. And then just within Leelanau County in 2022, we provided 35,931 meals to 284 seniors. And how that's broken down is 24,076 home delivered meals. And again, the criteria for home delivered meals, that changed during COVID. The eligibility was anyone over 60 was eligible because the goal was that everyone had a hard time getting out. It's now transitioned as of May, eligibility is what it used to be, which is individuals are homebound. And what that means is that they, not that they don't ever leave their home, but you and I got in our cars today and we came here. But for individuals that it's taxing or they need assistance, that is become the definition of homebound, and so that's what that means. So 24,076 individuals received home delivered meals. That was 186 clients. And then 11,855 were the curbside frozen meals I mentioned, 98 individuals. And our daily route when we do deliver is about 285 miles. We cover every corner of Leelanau County. And we have about 3 routes that do that. 2 are dedicated to Leelanau County, and 1 is a combined Grand Traverse Leelanau County. And our eligibility is based on nutritional needs. Again, that comes from the federal and state guidelines. And that for individuals, again, being over 60 and homebound. And the way that the finances works is that it's based on that. It's not based on income. We receive information on income for statistics purposes. But individuals are not required to pay, but we're required to give people the opportunity to pay. So they receive a letter that has the number of meals they received, and we give them the opportunity to pay a suggested donation of $4. It's about half the actual cost. The cost of each meal is about $8 a meal. And then people give what they can. And I always say I kind of work out two sides of my brain. On one hand, I'm working with individuals like you and other funders to raise as much money as we can. This year we actually, because of lack of COVID funding from the last few years, we experienced about a $400,000 gap between what the budget was and what we actually have. And so I've been working with all of our counties and individuals and funders and businesses to raise as much money as we can. But I always work on that side to raise the money. But on the other hand, people will call and say, well, other people deserve the meals more. I think I should just cancel. And I really beg them to get the meals. That's why we're here. That's why we all wake up every morning. And I say, you've lived your whole life for other people. Now it's our turn to give back to you. That's what our mission is all about. Next slide, please. And so what this slide shows is, it's a feel-good program. We all have lots of good stories about Meals on Wheels. And who here has had a story of someone that they know of has received Meals on Wheels and it's kind of touched their hearts? And I've heard you say different things in the past. But also, as a county, in terms of your budget, it just makes good business sense. It's a good investment. So what this shows is studies have shown that a whole year of Meals on Wheels, the cost of a whole year of Meals on Wheels, is equal to 6 days in a nursing home or 1 day in a hospital. And what that's really implying is that sometimes just having Meals on Wheels, having the food, someone checking on them, and coordinating other services can be the one thing that can keep them in their home without. So about 30% of our funding comes from federal and state funds, and then the other 70% is raised to other sources. I'm going to leave you just one last little thing, which is a little story, and this is of a driver that was delivering meals, and this is just one story, but it's really different things. It's called A Face in the Window. As my car pulled up to the house, I saw her face in the window, waiting in the usual spot, waiting for me to bring her lunch. Mary didn't notice me at first. The loneliness in her face quickly changed to a smile as she saw me walking towards the door. Today is Monday. Mary doesn't receive many phone calls or have many visitors. Weekends are especially long and lonely for her. Mary told me how thankful she was that today was Monday. She had tears in her eyes as she talked about the caring friendships she receives from her drivers. As I was leaving, Mary said, the food is good, but visiting with my drivers each day is really the best thing about doing this. Thank you for your support.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Questions, comments?
Thank you for what you all do.
Yeah, it's obvious you take your job very personal, and yes, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Well, on the agenda we approved, there was a closed session request, but we have heard from the attorney, and he will be presenting to us next Tuesday evening instead in closed session.
Okay.
So we will move down to item 2 on our agenda, Deanna Wilson, Information Technology.
So I can just tee this up a little bit from the standpoint that Leanna was asked to put together some options for us because there have been some concerns about the microphones that we're currently using. There have been challenges when people are watching the video at a later date. The volume is often off. And so these are some options for the board to consider. These are options beyond this microphone because as you sit back, now the voice becomes lost. So it is simply, we were asked to provide options for the board to consider going forward. So Leanna, can you lead us through these two?
I'll just say that the quote for the $10,000, those are for the lapel microphones, which the IS does not recommend. Because they're not as reliable as you would think. People tend to walk off with them. People tend to not turn them off when they probably should. So that's just their recommendation. And then the other quote for the $12,000 is for boundary microphones, which are more like these, have a broader pickup range. So those are the two options they provide.
Gwen?
I am guilty of not speaking in the microphone. I think I can handle learning to do that to avoid spending $10,000. So I appreciate your looking into this. I promise to try harder.
Commissioner Lautner?
Thank you. I was going to ask you if you were proposing both or one or the other. So if we didn't want to go with the lapel, you were going to suggest the others. Was the proposal for this desk or was the second one for that desk?
All for
They were all up here. Okay. Yeah, I had a concern with the lapel in the sense that I know sometimes we bump these and it creates some static for the recording, but I think a lapel could even be worse. So I had my concerns about that.
As someone
Kramer?
who's worked in journalism, we do not want a lapel mic. You leave it turned on just once when you run to the restroom, it's no fun.
Is there a story behind that?
There might be.
Commissioner Rourke?
Well, I was concerned about the three ladies that was here. I had a hard time hearing, but I have this wonderful idea that I can just turn my hearing aids up 3 bars, okay? But I was concerned about those microphones. I don't know. Are they working?
I thought they were.
That's what I
They seem to be on.
Okay, maybe
As
just
long as
some.
they were close enough to
Yeah,
sitting here.
I maybe that's what,
I mean, there are some more minor adjustments that can be made, but.
Okay.
Yep.
I see, are the current microphones we're using wireless? I see, because I see the new proposal includes a substantial amount for wireless transmission on the microphones.
Yeah, those are not.
No, those are.
So is there a compelling reason? I mean, there's obviously already cabling infrastructure here, and when I look at this proposal, probably like 70% of it is actually to go wireless.
That was just something that BIS kind of recommended because that's the way most of the ports and borders are going.
Right.
But we have infrastructure support just if we were just want to having a higher quality microphone, we have the infrastructure to support them without going to the wireless option, correct?
We need to get some additional equipment for the rack over here to support that.
We would be changing the amount of microphones if we stay with the wired, or?
Well, if you go with either of these options, additional equipment for the rack over here will be required to support.
But again, only because we'd be going to wireless is the additional equipment required.
Commissioner Kramer?
I guess this is kind of to address this. I would imagine it's very similar to phone functions at this point, like everybody just does wireless. Is that correct? Like it's kind of just the thing that everyone's transitioning to. Like you're with your Bluetooth headphones and, just literally taking wires out of the equation.
Understood, although there's nothing more dependable than a piece of wire.
I agree. I agree.
So just to kind of, again, maybe it would be appropriate, and Jen, I'm sorry to put you on the spot, but I know you and I have had a conversation about sound. And can you speak to that, Jen, in terms of what you've heard from or experienced?
Sure. So I think some of the situations that occur, and Leanna and Deb, and I think I've even expressed it to Ty, being on Zoom is absolutely wonderful. That Zoom microphone picks up the table and the audience. And so when you're watching it at home, you hear the presenter and the audience. You don't hear you. And the reason is because I think even your microphones, unless you have a wonderful presentation voice like myself, where the whole room can hear you, that speaker doesn't pick you up.
So that speaker has to pick us up?
In essence, for them to, when you're on YouTube, correct? So, like I said, I do have a presentation voice, but it's almost as if your voices or the speaker's voices aren't coming through. Like I just turned my head. And then the difference you can hear.
And there's no way to get this microphone to pick up on Zoom? I'm sorry.
That's okay. It's very faint. An example I can give is a couple weeks ago when Mr. Peacock was here, and you were all you were asking questions. You can hear his response, but on Zoom you can't really hear your questions. So I don't know if it is more that you do speak into it, or I just was looking for, is there a way that the table could be picked up as well as that Zoom microphone? It just seems to grab the table when you're watching it on YouTube and you can't hear yourself. So when people say, there could be a comment on YouTube, commissioners speak up. You're speaking into the microphone, but it's not picking up, like I want to say, both ways.
I originally asked Leanna to look at this because we get complaints every single week. We've heard it from the reporters, we've heard it from the public, we've heard it from the audience here, and we've certainly heard it from the clerk. And Commissioner Allgaier, you say you'll be better, but we've been reminding you for a year.
So is there any, I'm all for new technology where it is appropriate and actually adds function, but, it seems like a compromised situation. We look at just improving the quality of the microphones that are sitting in front of us and leaving the equipment connection there.
Can I make a common sense observation? Your Zoom microphone sits underneath the ceiling, and the speakers for your personal microphones are shooting out this way. So the Zoom microphone is not in front.
Joe, I'll talk to you about that later. Thank you. Thank you very much.
So, Matt?
Yes.
So I guess it just seems like it's just a disconnect. So it seems like there would be one way to have these be picked up by the Zoom. I think. Oh, no, another situation. Yeah.
Could we ask the administrator to further
Yeah,
explore this
yeah.
and maybe check with, well, you can check with Joe, he's an expert, and check with the technician?
Sure. And BSI is actually, or BIS is actually here today doing some work upstairs, and they're the company that coordinates all of this. So maybe we can actually have them come down and do an assessment while they're here.
So okay to move this on to another month?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay.
Then we're at the ESRI maintenance renewal agreement. Can you speak to that? Deb?
Right, and this is just an annual agreement that we have with Esri. And so I don't think there's anything exceptional on this one, other than the approval of the agreement going forward.
Commissioner Ross.
I move to recommend that the County Board of Commissioners waive its bid policy approve the maintenance contract with Esri in the amount not to exceed $6,860. Funds to come from the Data Processing Fund number 636.
Support.
Any discussion? All those in support of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion approved, 7-0.
Well done, Gwen.
That takes us now.
I'm hugging this thing, you notice.
That takes us down to item 3, the prosecutor attorney. Hello, Mr. Hubble.
Good morning.
Good morning.
What I have before you are two contracts. One is the Crime Victims' Rights Grant application, and this funds our Crime Victims' Rights Advocate, and we come before the board every year about this time to present this contract amount and ask for the board's approval. So that amount's $42,477, and this is money we receive from the state in order to fund our constitutionally required position of a victim's rights coordinator.
Commissioner Algar?
I move to recommend that the County Board of Commissioners approve the county prosecutor to renew the Crime Victim Rights Grant with the state of Michigan in the amount of $42,477 for the period of October 1st, 2023 through September 30, 2024, and authorize the county clerk to continue as the authorized official in the eGrams system as previously agreed upon by the board.
Any discussion?
Will we add where the funds will come from by next week?
You mean into the revenue?
Mm-hmm.
We don't have to have the revenue item now in your motion.
Okay, that's fine.
Any other questions? All those in support of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes
Wait,
7-0.
see
Thank you.
that?
We're now on page 70 of our board packet.
Right, and this is the cooperative reimbursement program. Again, this is for our child support enforcement and establishment position. The amount looks like it's over, we get like 33% of the total amount over, and this amount is reflected for a period covering October 1st, 2023 through September 30th, 2028. So that's why it's such a significant amount. But it's, again, we come before the board annually to present this proposal, and again, this goes to support our, from the state, this goes to support our child support enforcement.
Commissioner Lautner?
I'll try. I would move to recommend to the Leelanau County Board of Commissioners approve the Title IV-D Cooperative Reimbursement Program Agreement number CSPA 24-45002 between Leelanau County and the Michigan Department of Health and Human Services to reimburse the county for child support services performed by the Prosecuting Attorney's Office over a 5-year period commencing October 1, 2023 and ending September 30, 2028. I believe that was all one sentence. The county share of the net budget, $378,730, 33% of the total costs over the 5-year contract term. Funds will be deposited into 101000000564000.
Support.
Any discussion? All those in support of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion approved, 7-0. Mr. Hubble, we have moved item 3C to our budget discussions in August.
All right, very good.
Thank you. We're now at item 4. Deb, you want to introduce that?
I'm actually going to join Darcy at the table down here because I have some comments to add in.
Oopsie.
So one of the first things that I wanted to share with the board is that as we present some of these wages and considerations for you, I acknowledge the fact, and I do hear the commissioners, that we are entering into the budget season, and so I assure you that going forward, I'll make every effort that we're addressing these items either at the budget timeline or at end of the year, so that we're not running into these scenarios where it continues to be brought before you. That being said, I do also want to just take a brief moment and update you on some information that may be confusing that was shared at the budget, or I'm sorry, the audit discussion in regards to our current staffing levels. So I thought it would be helpful to just give you a brief overview. I had asked our finance director to put some numbers together, and he worked with our HR director. And so for 2018, to give you historical perspective, we had 116 employees, so pre-COVID, 116, about $1.5 million in expenditures. 2019, we increased by 4 to 120, and that was about 1.6 million, so a 3.3% increase. In 2020, we stayed flat with the number of employees that we had, and our wages increased approximately $100,000 that year. In 2021, we saw a significant decline in our expenditures and wages as well as our staffing. So we reduced our staff in 2021 by 2 FTEs and approximately I'd say about $2 million. I'm sorry, $200,000 was reduced. So then there was an adjustment in 2022. And we did increase up to 125 employees, so it was a net 7 individuals for 1.7 million. This year, we're at 121. So far this year, we have had a decrease of 4 staff members. Part of that has to do with overlapping of individuals last year. So the prior county administrator and myself were both here at the same time. One came off, same thing with our finance director scenario. So there were some adjustments there. But the adjustment now in wages for 2023 is at 1.5, which is a number that is consistent with what we saw in 2018. So when we look at a 20% increase last year in staffing, I just wanted to give you that perspective that, we have not, seen an excessive amount of increase in staff. It's been adjustments that have been made through the year. So again, we're sitting right now at 121. And again, this is not elected officials. This is just the non-elected. So just wanted to give you that perspective. So as we look at this first request.
Can I interrupt for a sec? So you were giving us up 100,000, down 200,000, and then you switched gears and started using a different.
Sure.
So what for 22, where were we on that?
22, we were at 1.7 million. 21, we were at 1.4 million.
Okay.
And 2023, we're at 1.5.
Thank you. That helps to have consistent.
Thank you. So as you heard earlier in regards to the senior services, the recommendation that we have in front of you is to establish equity. We have 2 certified nurses that are providing 2 different job descriptions. One a care coordinator, the other one, she's a resource coordinator. So one actually does assessments, and the other one kind of helps make those community connections. Both of them are skilled to do assessments, and so the thought process is, as our aging population increases, by making both of those positions exactly the same, we are allowing to be able to spread that caseload over a larger period of individuals. So, and they both would be cross-trained to do the exact same thing. So that cost, to make that adjustment now, which is supported by the Teamsters. Both of these individuals were hired at the same time. They both have the same skill set, and yet we have difference in wages that were offered based on, again, job descriptions, but it would be very easy for us for when people are absent, when there are vacations, when there are illnesses, that we would have 2 individuals that could do the exact same thing. And again, the cost to do that is, I think, I'm looking here at
With $1,700.
$1,700 for the balance of this year to be able to make both of those positions equal, and then we would address next year's, that in next year's budget as well. But to create equity today, as we look at bringing in a new director and being able to have that individual address these, that is the recommendation.
Questions for the administrator? We did approve the agenda, so as a discussion item only, so the only option we'd have, I think, is to move it forward to next week if that's the wish, if that was a wish of the board. But I don't think we can have a motion to approve the request at this time.
I would
Commissioner
move to move this forward.
Yeah, I just have a question, why?
We got a motion, but no second?
Oh, I'll second that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, Commissioner Ross and
Yeah,
then
so-
Commissioner Lautner.
Why are you bringing this to us now? What precipitated this discussion even, I guess?
I think that recognizing that we are having a change in leadership
Okay.
and that there are, these increase in service requirements that would allow for, I think, greater, just a distribution of resources, greater use
Okay.
of staff to be able to split up caseload, allowing them to be able to both be able to provide the same level of service.
So just with this changeover, it just came to light, so yeah, I appreciate that, thank you.
Commissioner Lautner?
Yes, we have had this discussion before. So we have one of the employees is maybe more qualified in the sense of a higher degree, but did apply for and accept that position at the other situations. We've had this discussion at this table before. So I really do appreciate the ambition. So if it's a case of an ambitious employee picking up duties, it really puts us in a bad position of trying to now recognize that, where that sounds to me like a management problem for a director. And I understand we have new leadership, but I think we should give it some time. For us to sit here and say, oh yeah, we have to make this equitable because, this employee's doing more, or, we're gonna, every department's going to say that. Every department can say that. Every employee's gonna start coming forward and saying, but I do this, but I do this. I cover this, I cover her duties when she goes to lunch. So this isn't fair. So it's a situation I think I would rather see handled by the director and give them an opportunity first. But that being said, I would amend the motion to move this forward to budget time where we can have deeper discussions and learn more about it. That would be an amendment to the motion.
Motion failed for lack of
Oh,
second.
support.
Thank you.
Discussion. Discussion of the amendment. Gwen?
I hear you. And yes, we're supposed to deal with a lot of these issues at budget time. I don't agree that we have discussed this particular issue before. And I do see value with a new director coming in and wanting to be able to thoroughly cross-train so that both members of the team are able to handle the workload equally. I see this as different. I don't see that we have discussed this aspect of this before. And with a new director of the department, it would be very nice if she could just start off running and organize her staff the way it needs to run.
Doug?
Would this, if this doesn't happen, would this, severely impair the ability of that department to do its functions?
I think it's fair to say, based on the numbers of what we're seeing and the increase in services from last year to this year, that there is a justified ability to be able to increase the staff's scope of service. I suppose that, to your point, can we justify a lack of service at this point? I would hate to be in a situation where I have to quantify that to the public, saying that we have not been able to address it.
Can I just follow up quickly? I just want to say that as I look at all of these, and I read through the information and the several that follow, I want to make it clear there's not a lack of appreciation for the staff and what they do, and that as I look at some of these things, they might well be considered and approved in budget process. They seem justifiable, but I go back to this constant barrage that we have no information on our budget year to date. Your numbers for staff on 22 was a certain number. What are they for 2023?
So for 2022, our FC's 125 for 2022, at 1.7 million. For 2023, we're at 121 at 1.5.
Okay. But I thank you for the information, but I still like just trying to find some way to supply structure to this process, which we don't seem to have any. It seems to be a month after month after month, somebody sitting there, and I don't know how we manage our budget, so.
Any other discussion? Commissioner Lautner?
Yeah, it might be helpful to pull up some of that past discussion and help decide this. And I think that will put us into budget time when that's resourced. But I believe it was just last year we had some lengthy discussion about this position.
I share the concern about all of the budget requests. I am going to support, I'm not going to support the amendment. I am going to support the original motion to deal with this because it's gone through the Teamsters. It sounds fair. It's hardly related to budget. I mean, it's a very small budget impact. I am not going to take the same position on some of the other positions, but I'm going to vote no on the amendment. Any other discussion? Okay, would you read the amendment, please?
So Melinda's requesting a motion to amend to move this action or this agenda item to budget, supported by Rex Road.
All those in support of the motion say aye.
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 I think I counted 3. All those opposed?
Aye.
Motion fails 3-4. So now the motion is to move it forward to next week with providing the information that Commissioner Lautner has suggested before that meeting, if we could. Deb? Yes, Commissioner Lautner?
Yeah, thank you. I just want to make it clear. I think that we ought to give the new administrator an opportunity. If someone is more qualified than the other or doing a better job at a certain position, that perhaps there can be a switching of the duties. I want to further have you stop and think in this next week about how many offices are already cross-training. And that's something we've been encouraging for years up here to cross-train, to have better service for the public. So obviously, the Teamsters are going to approve of a wage increase. That's just a given. So I won't support this motion because I think that, once again, it's out of the scope and out of the timeline.
Okay, thank you. Any other discussion? Okay, the motion is to move it forward to next week. All those in support of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Could we have a roll call vote, Jen?
Sure. Motion by Alguier, correct?
Yes.
Commissioner Alguier,
Yes.
Commissioner Kramer,
Yes.
Commissioner Lautner,
No?
Commissioner O'Rourke,
Yes.
Commissioner Rexroth,
No.
Commissioner Ross,
Yes.
Chairman Wessel.
Yes.
5-2.
Thank you very much. We are now for discussion only. Item 4C.
So this item is before the board for consideration from the standpoint that the Freedom of Information Act is a requirement of the County Board of Commissioners to make sure that there is a FOIA coordinator for each county that manages these requests that come in. They can be anything as simple as a simple wanting a board action to requesting detailed information that could be over hundreds of pages for potential court cases or litigation. And so it requires someone to coordinate that resource in terms of getting all those documents and resources together. And so we did a quick, I asked our HR director to please do a kind of a survey of our fellow or our nearby communities, just so you can see the process. In Benzie County, the administrator is the coordinator, the county administrator is the coordinator, and it normally takes 5 to 10 hours a week, is what they're saying for these requests. In Antrim County, the administrator is the coordinator. There's also a stipend that's offered to the administrator. There were 82 requests last year. 82 requests so far this year, and it normally takes 3 to 8 days to, you get 3 to 8 requests per week, and normally 2 to 8 hours. So approximately a day a week is what these FOIA requests are taking in nearby communities. In Grand Traverse County, they have a full-time coordinator, and they pay that individual approximately $45,000 a year to have a full-time FOIA coordinator. In Leelanau County, we did 93 requests have been received for FOIAs so far this year. So 93 requests so far this year. And that has been being processed by our prosecutor's office. The prosecutor had a staff person. That person recently retired. The prosecutor is no longer interested in continuing to offer these FOIA because there's significant training involved. And there are legal implications to this position in terms of the requirements and the timelines, and those things all are stated in statute. So the recommendation is to address this by adjusting staff responsibilities to an individual that has a skill set, that has the ability to put together documents and has tracked legal contracts and those types of things. So the recommendation is to amend or adjust the salary of the executive assistant to be able to provide these services for FOIA going forward. There have previously been requests to increase this individual's salary, recognizing that prior to last year, the salary for this individual was set at the same as the chiefs. The chiefs were all increased last year. This individual was not. So that is a reality that has been put before the board before. But the real request is the fact that this is a FOIA requirement, and that this seems like a logical place to put this responsibility for this individual to be able to manage this going forward. Any questions?
Commissioner Algar.
Excuse me, the prosecutor has his hand up, sir.
Can I speak out of order and add some information that would be helpful?
Since you've been serving as a FOIA coordinator, you certainly may.
Come right up to the table.
My office has served as a FOIA coordinator. Just 2 weeks ago, we got a FOIA that's got 33, it's done in anticipation for litigation. Here's my position. I'm willing to serve as legal counsel, continue to help coordinate the FOIAs, but it's just gotten to the point where it's become almost, I walk in my office, the first thing I get is 3 FOIAs every day, and almost every day, I should say. It's become more than what it was when I first started doing it. I'm still willing to serve as the counsel, to go through the exemptions, to help do it. I just need somebody else beyond my administrative secretary to take over this function. So we're not bailing on anybody here. We're just trying to make more sense to what FOIA is really become. It's now just, we don't want a police report. Now, for example, the construction codes, the IT, my office, we're scouring records to find out for this one FOIA whether this word was ever used. It's kind of an abuse of the whole process, but it is what it is. And it's become a lot more complicated. But again, I just want to state, and I've stated it to Darcy, I've stated it to our administrator,
I'm still gonna be kind of the coordinator in the sense of going over what exemptions apply and do we get an extension. It's just, I support, having it go to the administrator because I think it makes more sense. Aside from Grand Traverse County, I mean, I'm the only prosecutor, I think, in the state that is the FOIA coordinator. And it's just, when I did a poll a couple of years ago, nobody else is doing it for whatever reason. I'm just saying, I think we've done a good job responding to it, and there are legal implications. If we don't answer them in time, the board can get sued. Actual attorney fees can get paid. If we don't assert the proper exemptions, then we're subjecting ourselves to further litigation. It's become very complicated, and I want to make sure if we do make a transition, it's done in an orderly fashion. But again, I'm still going to be on board. If I have a conflict or I feel like our office or the county has a conflict, then I'll refer to Cole Stoker, which I've had in the past, on a very limited basis. So I'm still willing to participate. I just support having it transition to another person. And that person ought to be adequately compensated for it. It's a lot of work. It's a lot of work. And frankly, the person who's doing it right now, it's not in their job description to do that. So so we really got to adjust that, and that's where I'm at. That's what I'm supportive of doing. Thank you for hearing. Thank you, and thank you for your office for coordinating that. Commissioner Lautner and then Commissioner Olga.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Hubble, for that, because that answers a lot of my questions about the legalities, because I know that there are deadlines, et cetera. So I'm thinking back as you're talking, and if it's just some assistance that you need, or even a transition, I know there was a lot of discussion when we made the HR position full-time, that we did not need a full-time HR position. So is that something our HR position could transition into?
You want to respond?
Sure. I think that, we certainly can look at other options. This option is what I recommended based on what I felt was equitable, what I felt would be an individual that has experience, has worked in the clerk's office, has, done these types of things before. There would be a steep learning curve, and some training that would be required, to move this in a different department. We will have to wait and see. The HR department is relatively new, but I think I've asked our HR director to start doing a time study so that we can actually demonstrate to the board just where her time is being utilized. And, I think 60 days in, 90 days in, I gave the board an evaluation, a summary of where I saw needs in the community or in the county. And one of those first things was our people. And you're seeing some of that reality happening now, in terms of staffing issues, the need for HR, the need for services, and Darcy is not idle. Her time is very busy. Granted, she's been spending a lot of time on the evaluation of our policies and procedures. So I would be open to looking at this, but I think it would be something I need to come back and see what kind of training and time would be necessary for them.
Thank you. Commissioner Olga?
Yeah, that was my question too, because we really did question whether HR was going to be a full-time position. So instead, and I am not our administrative assistant, I am not Laurel Evans, but she sure seems like a busy lady already. So Darcy is a very competent woman and employee. And I bet you'd be really excited if we said, gosh, can you take this on too? But that's a real question, and I think we have to evaluate it. Instead of giving it to somebody who's already really busy.
Commissioner Ross?
Yeah, my predecessor, Patricia Sudis Little, I know in her last year or so, had been pushing for a wage and job description study. And apparently, I'm not sure where that conversation is right now, but it kind of speaks that maybe there is still a need throughout all the departments. But I also serve on the Parks and Recreation, and I know there was a huge discussion that Laurel was already too busy to continue to assist in that part of her duties. So, yeah, I'm very confused. I think we need to take a step back and really look at this. If it's as important as I'm getting from Mr. Hubble, yeah, this warrants a lot more of our discussion and our time to do it properly. So, thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Rexroth.
I'd just be, and I don't know if it's appropriate to ask Mr. Hubble direct questions, he's not at the table right now, but yeah, as we work through this, Mr. Hubble, and we, yes, swear to tell the truth. Sorry. As we work through this, and not like kicking it down the road forever, but are you willing to just hold on for a little bit longer as we figure this out? I mean, I know you want to get out of it, and we're not saying we won't get you out of it, because I think it's an eminently fair thing, but can you hang in with us while we try and absorb some of these?
In fact, just so you know, Doug, I've been talking to Chad about this for over a year or so, knowing that Patty was retiring. No, I'm absolutely all about being a team player, and I'm not going to just abruptly stop doing what I'm doing, nor will my office, but I'm happy to make sure it's done in an orderly fashion, and it's done so the public is served, and we continue to do our job. So to answer your question, yes, I'm willing to continue doing this until we make a final decision.
We're not going to make it a forever thing, we'll act on this, but I think there's a consensus that some information further is needed, and so if you'll hang in there, I think the board would greatly appreciate that.
Well, again, I'm going to hang in there until I know it's in a good position and it's going to be done appropriately. I'm not the guy that's just going to say, well, I quit, I'm taking my marble people and going home.
All right.
Thank you, Joe.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Kramer?
Oh, I mean, we kind of moved on, but I don't necessarily just want to unload this on some unsuspecting employee. I don't know if that's good practice. And it's something that's so out of the scope of what they were, hired for. So I just want to throw that out there.
And if I could add, one thing we should do if we're going to do a transition is we ought to get some countywide training, because when we get a FOIA, for example, we'll send it to a department, they'll just send us back what they got, and then we got to spend an hour redacting information. So we really need some better training across the county of what is FOIA, how do we deal with it, so that when the new person's in position, they're not stuck with redacting information. I'm just throwing it out there. So I think this idea of doing a transition, and maybe we can coordinate some training in the process, would be a wonderful way to go. Mr. Hubble, I have a question for you, and or maybe it's for Deb, but the state of Michigan allows you to charge the actual cost when you have a FOIA request. So was it possible that we could create a half-time position or a quarter-time position, and that becomes our FOIA expense, and you're never going to get rich? The FOIA statute was written back in the 70s, and we still charge 10 cents a page.
Yeah.
If we're going to charge a rate, unless it's my time, we have to charge the least rate of whatever employee in that department that can process the FOIA. I'm never going to say, hey, we'll make up the cost by the charges. We never will. Because usually when we send out a letter, and that's what I'm going to do in this one FOIA that I spoke of, we're going to get a letter back telling us we're wrong, and it's not a money-making venture for the county. Actually, it's just an expense that's on us that statutorily we have to do. Thank you. Well, there is not a motion on the table, and the administrator has, I don't think, heard any support for moving forward at this time with what was proposed. I would encourage us to keep talking about that, but I don't see a motion to put it on the table for next week. Agree?
Agreed.
I think we need more information.
Thank you.
Study.
We now have another human resources question, a MERS service credit request.
All right, thank you. I'm here to request Jennifer Hall, who's a sergeant over in the jail, is requesting the purchase of 3 years, 6 months of generic service credit from MERS. an estimated cost of $29,300, $29,033, and that cost would be paid by Jennifer.
Doug?
So I just have a theoretical question. When I look at our recent financial reports and we show a huge deficit in our MERS liability, and I know that this singular action doesn't cause us any financial, but will it have an impact? And I can use an extreme case just for, let's say someone came in and wanted to purchase, $1 million worth, or they collectively did that. It doesn't affect us because they're paying for it, but what does that do to our unfunded liability under MERS?
I guess that would be a conversation we'd probably want to have at another time. I don't know the exact implication that would have on you. The money that, when Jennifer would go to retire, the money that she puts in is what she would draw from first. And historically, this has just been something that the board has agreed to do. We've done 3 in the last year.
Okay, I guess I would, because I know it's historical, I wouldn't oppose the motion, but I would encourage an investigation into what, as this occurs, what is the accruing financial impact to our MERS liability as we allow this to happen.
I'm seeing our finance director make a note.
Thank you.
Commissioner Auger?
So we haven't had the motion yet, right?
Right.
Okay, so I would move to recommend to the County Board of Commissioners to approve by resolution for Jennifer Hull to purchase 3 years, 6 months of generic service credit from MERS as described in the application of additional service credit purchase at a cost of approximately $29,033 to be paid by the employee.
Support.
Any further discussion, Commissioner Lautner?
So but by generic service credit, it's from service elsewhere in another county?
No.
This is just, she just wants to pay ahead by herself out of MERS. So it could accelerate her retirement, correct?
It actually does not.
It does not?
It's just her option.
So what is the benefit to her then?
She'll have additional years of service credits that will apply when she does become eligible for retirement.
So she's going to retire at the same age she would have, but she'll have more years service. She's banking her money.
It's her right. Well, it's up to us, though. We decide whether to do it or not, because there is an impact to MERS. And that's what I'm racking my brain to remember, because we have looked at these. Generally, they've been past service. We've done them, but MERS is a funny animal, so.
We will absolutely look into
Yeah,
any other issues, by next Tuesday's meeting. If
And
there's
I did vet this with Michelle. And she agreed that this is something that historically we've done.
It's a practice we've allowed. Yep.
Correct.
Commissioner O'Rourke?
I think when I retired, 19,000 is what I spent. One officer spent 60,000. It's just to bring it up for the years of service. Jennifer has done a phenomenal job to the department. I think presently, I don't believe she's working, but she has been an asset to the department, a trainer, a sergeant, and has brought a lot to Leelanau County. So,
Any further discussion?
That's why I didn't want to accelerate her retirement.
All those in support of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion approved, 7-0. Now we're on page 138. Darcy?
It is that time of year where we look at the MERS annual conference, which this year will be held at the Detroit Renaissance Center in September. The employees get to select a delegate to send as the employee delegate. This year we always conduct it by a secret ballot. And this year the employees elected the GIS analyst, Rob Herman, to go as the employee delegate. He goes and participates in the participant sessions, and then brings information back to the other employees to share. The county administrator has historically gone as the official, I'm trying to think of the word.
Officer delegate.
Officer delegate for the county. So I'm recommending this year that we send Deb Allen as our official delegate, with Sean Cohen as the alternate official delegate.
Could I have a motion? Commissioner Elgar.
Does somebody else want? Okay. I move to recommend that the County Board of Commissioners approve the appointment of Administrator Deborah Allen as Officer Delegate, Finance Director Sean Cohen as Alternate Officer Delegate, and Rob Herman as Employee Delegate to attend the 77th Annual MERS Conference at a cost of $255 per person. Funds to come from the Board of Commissioners travel line item 101, 100, 100, 101, 860,000, and Board of Commissioners education line item 101, 100, 101, 960,000.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in support of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion approved, 7-0. Thank you.
Thank you.
Why would anyone go to Detroit in September?
We now down to agenda item 5, Trudy Gala, and the capital improvement plan, program plan, 140 of our e-book.
Back in May, I presented the CIP document to you and reviewed all of that, so I'm just going to go over some highlights for you here. I sent this out to you following the County Planning Commission's meeting in June. They recommended approval of it, and then it was sent to you for consideration. And then they also made a recommendation that any of the projects in the plan that were older than 6 years be sent to the department heads with the request that they revise or update them if they want them submitted again. So just a couple of highlights for you in this document. We reorganized it. We moved the recommendations and the inventory a little further to the back and brought the proposed projects forward. On page 2 of the document, I just wanted to highlight one of the sections here that we put in bold for you, because as you go through these projects and you put them in the charts, sometimes there's confusion as to what are we doing with these projects. So on page 2 of the CIP document, under the development process, it states that the first year of the plan is incorporated into the annual budget to appropriate funds. And I just wanted to point that out because as we get into the chart, I'll explain to you what we did with those projects.
Would you repeat that last
The
sentence?
first year of the plan is incorporated into the annual budget to appropriate funds.
So that's what the Planning Commission is asking.
Yeah, this is a 6-year plan. So the first year of your projects goes into your annual budget process.
And that's the suggestion.
Okay, that's in the document. That's how you do it with a 6-year plan.
Okay, but
I'll explain a little more when we get to the chart.
thank you.
So the first part is the overview, explains what is a CIP. We've gone through this before, explains the definitions, and it goes through priorities. So the next section is part 2, which is the recommended capital improvement projects. And on page 7, we expanded those priorities. There were 3 before, and we added a 4th one. So priorities for projects are now urgent, priority 1, very important, priority 2, important, priority 3, indesirable but can be postponed, which is your priority 4. So that's your lowest when you're coming through these priorities. And each of these has some bullet points as to how you identify if a project is a priority 1, an urgent, or if it falls into a lower category. And I think that's really helped. I know it's helped the Planning Commission as they look at projects to decide where do these fall. And you always want to go back to the bullet list as to how you determine how these projects fall. So going into the projected capital costs in the funding year, this starts on page 8 and goes into page 9. And this is the chart I'm referring to. So the projects that fell into the priority 1, the urgent, are the ones that you would consider financing in 2024. And that would fall into your 2024 budget cycle. So that includes some projects which you may look at and say, I'm not really sure those are priority one, but again, this is how the document is coming to you from the Planning Commission and our department. It is up to you to make those final decisions on what you fund in the next year. So a lot of these refer to projects which deal with health and safety, such as the roof on the Leelanau Dam control room, the HVAC system here, body cameras for the sheriff's department, cybersecurity improvements, and so forth. So we put those priority one projects in for the 2024 funding year. The priority two, which are considered very important, fall into the 2025 funding year. The priority threes and fours then fall into the remaining 3 years for funding.
Question on that, Trudy.
Yes.
It does not, if we approve this, it does not mean we're bound by that. We're just bound to have that enter into the cycle for discussion.
Correct. So it is an indication to department heads who have submitted the projects where their projects fall for funding, but that doesn't mean that they're all going to get funded in those years. As an example, I use this planning commission, the patrol boat that the sheriff has gone after. That is contingent on receiving those grant funds he's going to apply for. If he doesn't receive them, our assumption is that project's not going to get funded in 2024 unless there's some other funding that comes forward for it. It is stated in this document as well that even though the projects are listed in here, it's still up to every department head to follow all your procedures, all your budget rules for bringing the project forward, making sure it's been bid out under a competitive bid process, and that you give it final approval with the go-ahead. So putting it in here, putting it in the 2024 cycle does not mean it's an automatic that they have approval to move forward.
Okay.
Gwen?
Yeah, because I don't agree with all of it. And for instance, the lower level completion, that number is wrong because the health department has agreed to pay half, up to $300,000 of the cost. So that's a big number difference. And I don't agree with, well, that actually, if we decide to go forward, that would be 2024, I guess.
It could be.
Although you said 2025, didn't you?
Yes, it's listed as a very important project number two, but the dollar amounts that are listed in here does not mean that those are all coming from the county's general fund.
Yeah.
That is the cost of the project.
Right.
And then if you look on page 9 of the document, at the bottom, we listed other potential projects. That lower level government center is actually listed in here again. It's a tentative project. Broadband is listed in here because that is a commitment that you've made, and there are a couple other things like the drainage district and so forth. So they're not in the categories listed above, but they're listed there so that's just in your mind that we have some other potential commitments that could affect our budget.
So I would just like to say that I appreciate this as a guideline. I appreciate the time and effort that's gone into looking at all of these, and I want to reinforce that the final decisions about what we do obviously lie right here. I appreciate all this work.
Commissioner Lautner?
Yes, I move to recommend to the Board of Commissioners to accept the 2024 through 2029 Capital Improvements Program, the CIP, for Leelanau County.
Support.
Been moved and seconded. Any further discussion?
Not a discussion, but I did have just a couple more points.
Okay.
If you have time.
Sure. You do.
Absolutely.
Real quick. The next 2 pages are an outline of the projects that have been submitted since 2016. We did not go back any further than that. And that chart shows in yellow the projects that are in progress, the ones that are kind of that orangish or peach colored. They've been revised or updated from an earlier project, and then the green have all been completed. So you can see there's actually a lot of projects that you've completed over the years. And the blue on that page, on page 11 off to the left, those are the projects older than 6 years, and those are the ones the Planning Commission recommended that you not include them again unless department heads bring them back and revise them.
Because if you haven't funded in over 6 years, maybe you're not going to.
Good idea.
I have one more question. The Harris software, we've been mentioning that for a long, 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 long time. Is that something that you're,
Yeah, I think that's for budget discussions, but,
okay.
I can just mention that that software is outdated and we're currently looking at other options right now. So
Okay.
that will be discussed at the budget time.
Okay.
But it's a good placeholder because there will be an expense regardless of which system we go with.
Thank you.
3 other quick things for you. Following these charts is a summary of all the projects that were submitted for 2024. We have not done that in the past. I thought it would be helpful. So that summary, you could do it for every single project, but I didn't think it was necessary. Just do the most current year, and then next year we could do an update for those projects as well. So it gives you a little outline of the project description, which department submitted it, the justification, and so forth. And then in part 3, under recommendations, we added 1 bullet point to utilize MMRMA, your insurance provider, and other grant opportunities to reimburse any project cost. There are quite a few projects on these charts that I think you could get some reimbursement through MMRMA, or you now make it a requirement that the department heads take a look at that and direct it out. And then the final thing we did is we updated the submittal form. It's a 3-page form. It's in the very back of the document. So this is what department heads get every January, and they have to submit it to us. So we always have these on file. And at the very bottom of the 3rd page, we've added in there that they have to review it with the finance manager from now on, as well as the county administrator, so that they can take a look at where are these funds coming from, how are you projected to pay for these, and not just assume that it's all coming out of general. So that's another step that we've added in this process. And that's all I have unless you have any more questions.
that's some good work, thank you. Any further?
Good system.
Thank you for your work, Doreen.
All in support of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Motion approved, 7-0. We have now materials management plan update, Solid
Yes,
Waste Council.
There's no action on here. I just want to let you know what's coming.
Thank
We've had a solid waste management plan since 1998. It is mandated by the state. It has to be done. We've waited for years for the state to require the next update. They got close several times and they pulled back. And now it's going to be called the Materials Management Plan. It is a similar process, which is done under Part 115 of the Natural Resources and Environmental Protection Act. So there are steps all spelled out of what needs to be done. This month, I will be taking it to the Solid Waste Council, explaining all the steps and getting some recommendations, and I'll bring it back to you. The letter already came out and went to Ty, I think you got that as well, explaining the process, but one of the things we have to do is designate a DPA, which is a designated planning agency. That's typically been our office. Then you have an officer who's designated to be in charge of it. It's typically been the county planning director. And then you set up your planning committee. What I'm going to try to do is look at what we've already established with the Solid Waste Council and see if we can just revise that membership, and then they can serve moving forward to update this plan. The act does say that this is a permanent planning committee. So this is a committee that is going to stay in place. It's going to revise the plan every 5 years and continue to do that work on behalf of the board. We do have an opportunity to do a multi-county plan. I've looked into that and talked with my cohorts with Grand Forks County and Benzie County, and while we all agree that there seems to be a benefit to the planning process, we don't see the benefit once the plan is in place. There's a lot of questions we've all had as who's going to enforce it. We have issues in our county. Is Grand Forks County going to have to lead that enforces it and so forth? So at this point, I'm leaning more towards the county just doing the plan itself and not doing a multi-county plan. And then finally, I just want to mention that the state will pay $60,000 per year to the county for updating this plan. It is a 2 to 3 year cycle, and then the county will be eligible to continue to receive those funds through this planning process. If we do a multi-county plan, there's an additional $10,000 available to each county in the multi-county plan, so that would be $70,000 if you wanted to go that route. So that's just a quick update for you of what's coming.
It's going to get kicked off in September, so I'm hoping to get something back to you in August for your agenda, or at least in September for you to consider.
Mr. Rush.
Just a quick couple of questions. Number one, the committee that you're going to form, is it going to be from members of the Solid Waste Council, or? If they meet the membership that's required in Part 115, it's all spelled out exactly who can be on this committee. Okay. So we have to follow that. And you said this time it's going to be a permanent committee. Before that, it wasn't? I mean, we had that committee in place for many, many years, and it served like the Solid Waste Council did, and then I actually kept it in place that way because I was anticipating the state mandating the update, and we would be ready to go, and they never did, and so we changed it. Gotcha. And now they're mandating it again, so we have to change the committee again. And then lastly, the $60,000 or 70 if we go with a multi, what does that, where does that money go? I mean, money comes to the county and it's for doing the plan. So paying for your time, or? I'm not sure yet on what it all will cover. What we've used it for in the past is like per diem and mileage costs, contracting, with your contract with somebody to do the plan for the committee. So that's going to be determined, or you're going to find out more? Yes, I'll bring that back to you. Thank you.
Okay, good. That was my question,
Okay,
too.
we have a motion on the floor. All those no, we approved that. We've already voted on that. Well, then, I'd like by a show of hands, would you be willing to take a 5-minute coffee break and
Yes.
come back and hear from the court?
And there's coffee.
Thanks for everything you do.
Yes, thank you.
Control.
You want us to get back to work.
I don't know if I
Microphones
can-
are now unmuted.
I don't know that I can pound this hard enough to get your attention.
On our heads might help.
We'll call this group back together. And now Mr. Clark is here, and we're going to deal with the Family Court Child Care Fund budget for next year. Well, for
Hello?
2023.
Hello.
Yeah, so the child care fund budget, as most of you at least know, those of you who've been here for more than just a few 6-7 months, child care fund budget runs on a different fiscal year than the county budget, right? So we're October 1st to September 30th. That's how it runs. So therefore, I come to you earlier than the rest of the budgets for the county because the state needs it in now. So you have in front of you, I believe.
We do.
The proposed budget, I've gone through it with the finance department, I've gone through it with Judge Kunkowski. I believe they like what they see. I'm hoping that you do too. I'll take questions. The idea is to maximize reimbursements, right? That's what the child care fund is. I spend $1, I get 50 cents back from the state. So you want to maximize that. So you try to put things into the budget that are reimbursable. I believe this year we have pretty much maximized what it is that we can get reimbursed for from the state. I think that we're in great shape. This budget before you is a little bit less than the budget last year. But I'll take any questions that you've got, any curiosities.
Cameron, was the new bill 75% reimbursement, that's next year?
Well, that's a great question.
Thank you.
I'm currently serving on what they call the Child Care Fund Advisory Committee. Our first meeting isn't until July 26th. There is a bill that has passed,
right,
that says that the state of Michigan will begin to pick up 75% of the in-home care portion of your child care fund budget. If you look at your budget summary, under B, that is in-home care. That is stuff that we do in the community to keep kids in their homes. The state wants to incentivize counties to keep kids in their homes and not send them to out-of-home placements, which are expensive and usually not very effective, honestly. So in order to incentivize it, they passed a bill that says that instead of a 50-50 split with the counties, the state will pay 75%. That's a big deal. That's a big deal. So if we can pull it off, if this advisory committee that I'm serving on can pull it off, and I think we can, by October 1st, instead of Leelanau County recouping $246,000 from the in-home care component, we can get $369,000 back from the in-home care component. That's a lot of money, it's $123,000 difference. It's huge.
Yep.
It's huge. So, it's good news, Commissioner O'Rourke. It's very good news for a county, especially the size of Leelanau. Right?
Yes, sir.
Well, I suppose it's even better news if you're Wayne County.
Yeah.
Now we're talking millions and millions of dollars. But for us, that's huge.
So you will have an
We're
answer.
working hard to pull it off.
That was some of of the 20 bills on the juvenile thing that was moved forward.
It is.
Okay, I'll keep working on it.
Yeah, you bet. That's exciting.
So just I can understand, and thank you for your work on that. That's if that comes to fruition, then the county's outlay for this budget cycle you're proposing would be 120-some thousand less than what is shown on this document. Is that correct?
That's right.
Okay.
We'll still spend this. Make sure you understand. We spend it first. Then the state will give us back 75%. Okay.
Correct, but
So that's huge.
that takes the net cost of the county after the reimbursement down 120-some thousand from this document.
Yeah, that's great.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But is this budget based on getting that reimbursement?
It's based on 50% right now.
Well,
It's
the cover page you have here isn't about reimbursements. It's about expenditures.
Okay. And so is that family counselors going into the family or bringing the family into settings when you do the in-home? I'm so glad you do it. It's so important to change the family system, but.
That's a big question. And what I would love to do someday for all of you is have a discussion about the child care fund and all the things that it can and cannot pay for. What are eligible expenses, what are ineligible expenses, because it gets intricate and it's a long story. It's a long story, probably longer than you want to hear me talk about today.
Okay.
But we really should do a deeper dive so that everybody feels like they've got a handle on this thing, and not just me coming here once a year saying, there's the budget, hope you got it figured out, right? I mean, you really should, you don't need to be experts, but you should be comfortable, right?
Commissioner Mulgair.
I would move to recommend approval of the Child Care Fund annual plan and budget in the amount of $808,835 for Leelanau County fiscal year October 1, 2023 through September 30, 2024.
Second.
Any other questions? Any discussion?
And thank you for what you do.
All those in support of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion approved 7-0. Thank you.
Would you like me here next week as well?
Every week.
This is a document that the chair has to sign.
I'm not assuming that we need you here next week.
No, probably not.
Thank
You
you.
know, Cameron brought up,
The judge signs it, and then the director of the DHHS signs as well.
Thank you.
Yes, so go home next Tuesday.
learning more on what they need and everything. And it's like, say the sheriff's department, they want another detective. Why don't you go over and talk to the detective as a county commissioner? Hey, what are you doing, and investigate on your own just a little bit. I mean, it doesn't hurt to walk in the office and say, can you tell me why you need this, instead of presenting here and shotgunning the whole process. I think it's just, that's what I do anyways, okay?
Thank you. And we may want to consider having Cameron back for budget discussion time to talk about the child care fund and what's the implication if we do get that $100,000.
That was one of the 20 bills that was passed, yeah.
Okay, next on the agenda is the maintenance wastewater treatment plant and I think that's you.
Mhm. Yeah, Jerry is downstate today, so I had the opportunity about a week ago to walk along with Jerry and with Joe in regards to our water treatment. You know, I think many of the commissioners may have had the opportunity to see the water treatment facility that's here on the campus. It's pretty impressive. We could run a small city with the system that we have. It's definitely built bigger than probably what this campus currently is, but the point is that the requirements for having the water samples done, the testing needs and is required to have someone that has the certification that is beyond what we have the ability here within our staff to do. So we have contracted with the Grand Traverse Band to provide the required oversight that's required according to Eagle standards. And so this agreement that's before you is just expanding on the current agreement that we currently have, taking it from, it's a 3-year agreement, so we're taking it from the $4,800 a year to $5,600 a year for a 3-year contract. And again, this is a unique requirement that we have. There's not many people that have the ability to do the testing and the certification that we currently receive through the tribe. So it is my recommendation that we move forward with this contract.
Looking for a motion? Doug?
Actually, I had a question, but
Oh, okay.
someone makes a motion, so.
Oh, yeah, I have a question too.
Okay, question, Doug.
So have we, not that this seems like a small amount, but have we investigated alternates for this service or requested RFPs for this service in recent years?
It's not my understanding that we have.
If I remember correctly, I think they're the only ones in the county that have the,
Qualification.
right, similar system and qualification, and it's a pretty good working relationship. It's a very good question. Is there, something else? It's a very good question, but.
Commissioner Ross?
Yeah, I wonder how this relates to the question that we have been batting around about a facilities manager position. And would this then become something that individual would be able to take care of? I guess, where's that discussion?
I'll have to look to see exactly what Joe's qualifications are. He is contracted by the band because they can afford to have someone of this caliber and expertise.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't think it would be realistic to think that we would hire someone from that perspective that would have that expertise.
So we'd still have to.
I think there would still, but I can do a little bit more research and bring this back to the board Tuesday night for discussion if the board is willing to move it forward.
But because this is a 3-year commitment, right? So
I wonder if Elmwood's tied up with Grand Traverse DPW, if there's someone there.
I don't know.
I do serve, I know, like last night I was at the Leland Township, we have Steve Patmore as the sewer man. I don't know his real title, but amazing, yeah. So I just, yeah, I'd be curious to look into this a little further.
Fair enough.
Gwen?
And I am aware that the band has some excellent water quality experts and testing ability. So I would move to recommend that the County Board of Commissioners waive its bid policy and approve an intergovernmental agreement between Leelanau County and the Grand Traverse Band of Ottawa and Chippewa Indians Department of Public Works, GTB DPW, to provide oversight to the Government Center wastewater treatment plant and municipal well system at a cost not to exceed $16,800 total over the proposed 3-year term. Funds to come from 631-000-000-801-001.
Support.
Any further discussion? Yes, Jim?
I just think we got 3 years now to go ahead and look into a project manager, his or her qualifications, or look elsewhere. So.
Other questions? Doug?
Because it seems like a reasonable item, I will support this, but and some of the following items, and including this one, I'm becoming increasingly uncomfortable with the amount of times we waive our bid policy. It's almost like we actually don't have a bid policy, we have a no bid policy. Continually, every meeting, we waive our bid policy, and I think it needs to be adjusted and come to an end, and I'll express an opinion over the next couple items as well. So this is a small amount, I'll approve it, but I just think we need to rethink our approach to much of this. It's our responsibility to the taxpayers of this county.
Commissioner Rush.
I also wonder about the retroactive back to March 1st. So this has already expired, obviously, our agreement. So why did that happen? I mean, if it's okay.
Just being made aware of it myself. So.
I'd like an answer to that, I think.
Do you want to amend the motion to move it forward to get some more information?
Well, I think I agree with you that.
We do have a motion on the floor, and we can always review it again next week.
Okay.
All those in support of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion approved 7-0. And I would remind us that in our board rules, it does say that we will follow our bid policy. And so every time we waive the bid policy, we're waiving our rules. So we do have to watch that.
I will make a point of reminding our department heads about that.
We are now on the contract with North Wall Facade.
So I think all the board is aware that there is a structural issue, or there was concern about a structural issue regarding the north center wall facade. We had, in the past, just a bit of history, we had done a bid process, as I understand it, a year or two ago regarding our engineering projects that were needed from time to time. And at that time, there were several different engineers that submitted bids. And at that time, the board decided to go forward with one particular engineer, and that was Machin Engineering. So it has become practice for the maintenance department to utilize primarily Machin for any of our structural or engineering. They're also the ones that we utilize for the towers. So if that is something that we want to revisit, that's certainly something that we can take a look at. I'll have to go back and look and see what the year that was done. But to this point, this is why we have typically used Machin. And they had put together a proposal. We had actually, through one of our commissioners, had a contact and brought in another engineer to look at the site for a second opinion to see. And it was determined that the structural needs were maybe not as extensive as what was initially thought, but the project still does need to be moved forward. So that said, we have looked at Machin to provide a bid for doing this project, and that's where we are today, and that's the proposal that is in front of you right now.
Do we have a motion?
Doug has us scared right now. I move to recommend that the County Board of Commissioners waive its bid policy and approve an agreement between Leelanau County and Machin Engineering of Traverse City as presented. Pending council review and approval, project will be charged to the BOC Special Projects 101-100-101-967-000.
Support.
Any further discussion? Doug?
I'm going to reiterate my opposition to our no bid policy that's going on. I understand that there's a relationship with Machin, but I will not support this motion based on the fact that his original idea to fix this would have cost this county taxpayers maybe several $100,000 more than is required. So my faith in him in delivering a cost-effective project is greatly diminished.
Commissioner Ross?
And we've already had a estimate before. How much did we pay for that estimate? I mean, so we're just.
Well, yeah, I think there's been an original thing last year. There's 3,000 or something we did for the study to get, and now another 9,200
for the scope of work.
For the scope of work, and
Just
in my opinion, the scope of work does not warrant
this much money.
this much money for what the project really is going to be now that is, so, I'm done. That's-
And we,
Question for the administrator, if we do not approve this, how do we move forward with getting the repairs done that we're concerned about?
we're going to need a scope of work regardless to generate the RFPs. So we either need to look at another contractor or another engineer to do the scope of work, get another bid for that. The only thing I would say, and I will, whatever the board decides is fine with me. I will say that, we do have caution tape outside, and so the longer we delay this project, the longer that it may not be something we can do over the winter months, because it will require some masonry. So again, whatever the board decides, absolutely, I will move forward with. I just wanted to bring that awareness to light.
There is a motion on the floor, and as always, we have a week to think about it. If we move it forward or if we approve this motion, we can still, you've heard concerns, and we can still explore options. So I'd like to have a vote on the motion on the floor, please. All those in support? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
I,
I don't know. I'm conflicted
Better-
100% right now.
I think we better have a roll call vote.
Can I say I don't know?
Can you restate that's just
required
the
to
motion you
vote.
made? Okay.
We're just moving it forward.
Okay.
Well,
No.
No, it was not.
We made part of the consent
Oh,
agenda.
is it not?
No. That might be the way to go, though.
yeah, it won't be a part of the consent agenda because it doesn't have a 7-0 vote.
Okay.
But it would be an action item.
Action item. Okay.
And, there's a problem sometimes, you keep getting bids and bids, and then you go ahead and you rebid it. And every time you rebid it, it costs a lot more. Especially with inflation and the way things are going, sometimes it's cheaper just to get the thing done. If you're gonna have a hard operation, don't take the cheapest bid, okay?
We do have a motion on the floor and asking for a roll call vote, please.
Commissioner O'Rourke,
Yes.
Commissioner Rexroth,
No.
Commissioner Ross,
no.
Chairman Wessel,
Yes.
Commissioner Alguier,
Yes.
Commissioner Kramer,
No.
Motion fails.
Commissioner Lautner, no.
Yeah, no.
Motion fails 3-4. So now I'd entertain a motion to move this issue forward.
I make that motion. Move it forward to
Support.
Tuesday night for more discussion.
Support.
So it's been moved and seconded to move this issue, this need, on to next week's agenda. Yes, Commissioner
Can
Ruff.
any action be done, or can Administrator Allen
Yes.
get,
Get it on the agenda.
see if we can find more bids? Or-
I'll have to go back and look at the original document, see if we can pull something that gives me some direction as to what engineering firm, or if we're gonna, how long that was for or something. So let me do a little bit more of a deeper dive on that and bring that back.
I mean, you'd have to, I guess, see if we have some contractual obligation. If we did, we wouldn't actually need to waive our bid policy.
No, good point.
I mean, it's either one or the other. I mean, if we're bound to contract with them, we already did that, so.
I'll report
Yeah.
back. Thank you.
We will revisit. Thank you. We are now
Oh, I need a
at
vote.
the heat.
I need a vote.
To move it forward.
Need a vote to move it forward.
Oh, we didn't do that.
Nope, that's okay.
Did we, all those in support of the motion moving this forward to next week's meeting, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
I,
6-1.
my motion failed, I could do that.
This one's the difference.
Motion approved, 6-1. Thank you. We are now at the heat pump replacement, D&W Mechanical.
Well, I'd love to tell you that this is an issue that is going to, diminish, but unfortunately, we are in a situation where I think that you're going to see more of these heat pumps in the coming months, because they are manufacturing 10 to 12 years, and we're 12 to 15 on many of these. And so by delaying the project of our decision, it's creating a situation where we're having more failures. So with that said, we have 90 heat pumps in this building, and we have replaced 22 of them, and this will be an additional 2. So we are We have now exceeded a quarter of the heat pumps for the building have been replaced, which will certainly need to be a consideration as we go into budget session in regards to this, so.
Meanwhile, people are very uncomfortable, right?
Commissioner Lautner?
I have a couple of questions. First question would be, we already have a contract with DNW, so why would we be waiving our bid policy? They've been handling all these, and might lead me to my second question. We approved purchase of a number of heat pumps a few years ago. Have we exceeded that number of approval?
My understanding is we no longer have any excess heat pumps available. It's my understanding.
So they're going out on eBay to look for some more heat pumps.
They're having to order them wherever they can find them, and getting them is becoming more of a challenge.
So we had 3 in claims and accounts he's just replaced. So were those the last of what we had in stock?
That's
he
my
just put in?
understanding. That's my understanding.
So now we have to look for
2 additional to address these EDSs that are in front of you.
Okay, then go back to my first question. Why would we be waiving our bid policy if we have a contract with DNW to work on these?
I think it's just become standard language in our bid process because we have contracted with DNW. We have a standing contract for them to manage these issues because we know that they're going to be ongoing. So it's to that point, we would be foregoing the bid policy to work with DNW, who has been contracted to have on-site staff to help us manage our heat issue.
I think our contract with DNW is for service, and for purchase, they have multiple options to get equipment.
Right, right.
Yes, Doug?
So if I'm understanding correctly, then this is the installation, 'cause I thought I read differently, so it looks like it's more than just the purchase.
It is the purchase and
installation.
And the
Installation.
reinstallation.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the existing contract we have with them does not, there's no amount that allows them to actually do the installation. We have to do that in addition to what we're already requesting of them. I think at the rate of, what is it, 120,000 a year?
That does not cover each one of these replacements. The cost for the pump and the physical labor.
I would certainly suggest we review that contract.
That could be a part of, if we put this on the agenda for next week, we could have that information to look at that.
Yeah,
we
we
know what-
obviously have to do something for the spaces, that's.
Right.
And if we know we're gonna have this problem in the future, maybe try to purchase some now instead of going down the road 4 or 5 years and finding out that they're triple price.
That's really the part of one of our next phases, correct? The HVAC phase would have.
Right, and those bids should be received by next month for the HVAC, the second phase.
That would take care of the remaining.
It will be
Quite a few of them.
60 some, whatever are left, right?
it'll be a time where the board will have to make a decision one way or the other.
Commissioner Algar?
So I know we will get a lot more information when we review the contract, but are these heat pumps going to be part of what we do if we engage in a major rehaul? Or are they going to be
These are
sold on
already
eBay?
broken. They are beyond repair.
No, the ones we buy, the new ones.
Oh.
Will they be part of the new
No.
HVAC system?
No, anything new that we're buying will, if we go with the new HVAC system, will be removed.
So I assume that because that's already out for bid, there'd have to be an addendum that says these 5 are not required anymore because since the documents were provided for bid, these have already been done in-house.
I'm not sure I'm tracking with you on that.
Well, if we created a document that went out for bids for this second phase, it would have included up till a few days ago, these 2 heat pumps, right?
So the bids that went out for phase 2 were for a whole new system that is different from the heat pumps. So this would actually negate any use of future heat pumps if we go
Okay.
with the new system.
Right.
So it's basically an expense that'll just get us through.
Okay.
Band-Aid.
There's 115 degrees was the heat gun at the vent coming out.
115 degrees was coming out?
115 degrees was the heat that was coming out of the pump.
Holy cow.
So we do,
That pump has been turned
Turn into
off,
a
just
sauna.
so you know, but when it was.
Commissioner Lautner?
Well, the problem is that we really don't have time to put this back out for bid right now. And that's the pickle we've really been in for a couple of years, and that's why we have to address
Yep.
the new system.
So we do have a motion on the floor, I believe.
I don't think
No?
we do yet.
Could we
No.
have a motion, please?
It's page
Commissioner
192.
I would move to recommend the County Board of Commissioners waive its bid policy and approve the purchase of a replacement pump, HP 127 from DW Mechanical as presented to be charged to the Capital Projects Building Fund 470-000-000-970-019.
Support.
Now, a reminder, if we pass this and it goes forward, even if we pass it 7-0, it does not have to remain on the consent agenda for next week's meeting, and we could get the additional information and reconsider. Any further discussion? All those in support of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same? Motion approved, 7-0. Thank you.
Do we need 2 motions?
Yeah, one more. It's 194.
One more to do for 220?
I move to recommend that the County Board of Commissioners waive its bid policy and approve the purchase of a replacement heat pump HB 220 from DNW Mechanical as presented to be charged to the Capital Projects Building Fund 470-000-000-970-019.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in support of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same? Motion approved, 7-0. Thank you. We are now down to the item 9C. Commissioner Algar?
Yes, I would like to make a motion to create a renewable energy task force with the scope and the action plan to be presented in August. We'd like to begin work to put that together with experts in the field. The reason is, as was mentioned before, there are a lot of grants available right now and programs that would benefit our county, add to our energy efficiency, and keep us in apace with new developments. I'd like our county residents to be able to benefit and take advantage of those monies and programs. And it's an opportunity. I think we need to act on it.
Was that a motion?
Yes, but I stopped at presented in August. Then I discussed it, I'm sorry. I went right into why. We don't need to make it that long.
So
Would you like me to restate the motion?
Yes, please. And then
A
we'll
motion
see
to
if there's
create a
second.
renewable energy task force, the scope and action plan to be presented in August.
Support.
Discussion. Commissioner Lautner?
I'd like to see that scope ahead of creating a task force. I want to know what we're looking to accomplish, because I kind of see a crossover here, and I heard it in public comment this morning. It sounds like a lot of this is homeowners. And so I really would like to know how we would come into play before in what is it exactly that we want to accomplish? I want to know what we hope to accomplish with this.
Commissioner Algar?
it is not just, the programs are not just for homeowners. One intriguing idea that was put forward to me at a meeting was that, for instance, there could be a program to put a solar field to support here, that someone, that it could be funded by someone, it would cost us nothing, that the savings generated would repay the original funder. And when that is repaid, the county then would benefit from the savings. So this is looking into the future, but if we have an opportunity to save our citizens real tax dollars and make that money available for something else or cut, that's something that we shouldn't walk past if that opportunity is available and out there.
And how big do you think this field would be?
You know what? That's why we need a task force. I'm not an expert.
Okay.
And-
I just think there's a lot, I think there's a lot to know before, before we would create a task force. I think that we should get perhaps a few of the answers. I'm really not sure that I want to, I'm really not sure where we would put a solar field other than down across the road from the Veterans Memorial. That's really the only open space we've got left on this campus. It's not wooded. And so there's that area. I mean, unless you're talking over top of our septic field. And I really don't know if they can be installed over our septic field. And I hope you're not talking our parks.
I'm not talking anything yet. I want to leave this to the
So,
experts.
well, I got some more questions, but I'll come back to them.
Commissioner Kramer.
I feel like the task force creation would allow and enable a lot of these questions to be answered and be able to focus on the programs that are available. And I think we really need to look forward, especially as an aging county, at attracting a younger demographic and moving forward in the future. And I think looking at renewable energy sources would attract potentially those people looking to move to the area. So I don't think the creation of a task force puts us on that for anything. We can explore options, we can explore grants, we could have more opportunity to see what's available.
So that was my second question, and that's what I didn't get answered. So if you'll go back to that, you're talking about the individual homeowner.
I feel like it's a I mean, there's
how
several different options.
will we help?
I'm going to just call order and make sure we have just one person talking
Sure.
at a
Oh,
time.
sorry.
And let's talk to the board and not.
So that I'm not seeing the division here between what we do as a county government and on our property and on our campus to what, as someone said, a private property owner will do with their energy provider on their own property. Is there something I'm missing here? Is there grants that would have to be accepted through county government before residents could get them? Those I'm not aware of. I think anybody right now is I'm being inundated with solar panel field providers constantly who want to put them on my place. So that's already available out there. And so I'm thinking, I think all we're concerned about here is our county taxpayers, our county complex. And so the energy we burn here is already over 60% carbon free and climbing. So we're doing some fantastic things already here. I think it's a very deep issue to create a task force. I just want to know what it's going to accomplish. That's all I really want to know.
Commissioner Russ.
I 100% am in support of this. We need to be leaders in looking at green energy. 60% is not enough. It's not enough. We can do better, and by being that leader in our community, it would affect the taxpayers' bottom line for money and environmental footprint, and we would be encouraging others to follow our lead. So let's please do this. Let's create a task force and let's just start the dialogue, and then let's have these conversations within the task force. Thank you.
No, go
Doug?
ahead.
My concerns are in creating a thing that doesn't have a scope and doesn't have a purpose. And I don't think that we can do that. I would need more definition, both on what is its, I mean, this is a pretty wide open thing. It's just, I'm not disagreeing with the goals and wishes. It's just, I'm approving a thing that I'm not gonna be able to tell anybody what I approved. And I don't think we can do that. I'd also like to know the impact on county resources and finances to do this prior to, so I mean, if there wants to be some investigation and discussion outside of this, but I mean, I can't, I'm not opposed to some of the ideas you're putting forward, but the idea of we will pass a motion to approve an entity or a thing that has no boundaries, or real definition, other than some lofty goals, which I don't disagree with, I can't support that.
I think Doug took everything away from me on that one.
So I would just like to say that I followed the template that we used when we created the Housing Action Committee. So that's what was done, was that we approved the idea. I wasn't on the board at that point, I was sitting out there. The concept was approved, and then over the ensuing month, there was work done to find people who were interested and qualified. In fact, we should probably have a committee to discuss that at some point. And then in the following month, this scope of action was approved. So I can give you some ideas right now about the kinds of things that they possibly could do. I mean,
But that's a more granular look than I guess I'm trying to drive at. I mean, I don't.
If you'd like me to expand, I can, but
Could,
our chairman is dying to speak here.
could you agree to modify your motion to establish a study group to come back to the Board of Commissioners in August with a proposal for a task force and a proposed scope of responsibility?
Sure.
That we look at, have discussion, and then,
Sure.
and then agree on?
Sure.
Does that address your concerns, Doug?
I guess it's who would be this? Who would be the
Whoever
study group?
wants to.
Okay, and it would be done at no expense to the county at this point.
That's correct.
Okay, that was my one. Okay.
Just more.
And I would certainly hope that Leelanau Energy would be at the table in those discussions. And Cherryland Electric's been a leader in the county, and maybe they would offer their expertise, or maybe one of their board members would. Would you modify your motion to, would that work for you, Gwen?
Sure. I'd like to add that it is part of our general plan, that we provide opportunities for environmental protection, energy efficiency, and renewable energy. And it is on the first page of our general plan. So this is a thing. And yes, I will modify it to create a study group oh, you really want to speak.
Sorry, I just wanted to say something about the language. Maybe an exploratory group as opposed to a study group. I just feel like because that's what we're doing. We're exploring our options. We're putting them on the table.
An exploratory work group. How's that?
That sounds beautiful.
Do you have that, Jen?
So the motion would be then to create, I am willing to amend the motion to create an exploratory work group on, to create a renewable energy task force and develop the scope and action plan to be presented in August. How's that?
Is there a second to that?
Support.
Any further discussion?
And just to equate, that process would be done at no cost or expense to county resources during that period, correct?
Right.
On a mechanism basis.
So if you would withdraw voluntarily your original motion, then we have a motion on the floor, not an amendment, okay?
Sure. Sure, I will agree to withdraw my original motion and put forth this this motion.
New motion, and so Jen, would you read the motion and include Doug's language of at no cost to the county?
I'd make it up on the fly, sure. Commissioner Ross, do you agree with the original motion being withdrawn?
Yes.
Okay, this is what I half-heartedly have. Motion to modify, so it's going to be Commissioner Alguier, motion by Commissioner Alguier to create an exploratory work group to look into creating a renewable task force to be presented in August with Rex Roads, no cost to the county.
Correct. The language about the scope, wasn't that part of your, the
Yeah.
scope and the tasks?
Oh, yeah, the scope and action plan to be presented in August.
I think you want the word energy.
Did we not put energy in there?
She didn't.
I didn't put it correct.
Correct.
The
You
task force
didn't,
and the
yeah,
task
you don't want the,
force.
yeah, you don't want the task force to be renewable.
Renewable energy. You remember?
Okay,
That's why.
would the clerk read it one more time, please?
That's why we need good people on the task force.
We should probably have her write this down instead of me keeping going. So if Gwen will take a moment to write it down, then I can restate it.
To create a renewable energy task force, scope and action to be presented in August at no cost to the county.
It's been moved and seconded.
You want me to
Is there
reread that?
Any additional question or concern or discussion? All those supporting that motion say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Aye.
Motion approved, 6-1. Thank you.
I would like to state that I appreciate all of us working together on this. We need all of our voices, so thank you.
And I assume, Gwen, that you will take the leadership role in pulling an exploratory group together of anybody that's interested in working on it and give any commissioners the opportunity to join you. But if there's more than, if there's a quorum, we'll have to make sure that's posted.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. We are now down to the Maple Valley Nursing Home update.
So this is an opportunity. We've invited Mr. Casbin to come back and address the board along with his attorney.
Oh, you're an attorney now.
I'm sorry. I was assuming that, so my bad.
No, you take it back. Engine.
Design engineer, okay. So if you remember in April, we had a motion to allow 90 days for them to come back and provide an update on where they are with their project. And so this is that timeline. So thank you.
First of all, my name is Rick Prince. I'm with Prince Land Engineering. And been working with John Jr. Casman over the last few months, kind of doing some long-term planning on the property and the septic system, going about the septic system. I have to apologize on behalf of the Casmans that I had understood that plans a bid and permit were to be available, I thought in September instead of today. So that fact, I sharpened my pencil and spent the holiday weekend putting plans together, which is in the health department. We have a bid from Cal Excavating and a verbal commitment from Joel Boss in Cal to have the drain field installed by the end of September of this year.
Thank you. Questions?
So, John, you had hoped to be doing an expansion of the nursing home you said like with COVID and everything else, it's put you on track. So are you still hoping to do an expansion of the nursing home? Are you still hoping to do an expansion of the nursing home?
No, our intention is to build a greenhouse.
A greenhouse, okay. So this field then is going to be adequate for just the number of residents that you have at this time? Is that what your plan is, just to?
Yes.
And it will all be on your side of the road and your property you own there on that side? Okay.
Yes, it will be located just to the east side of the building.
Yep.
The current building.
Yep.
See, the new expansion, the greenhouses won't change the number of
No, no. Okay,
Each greenhouse will probably have their own septic system.
okay,
They're gonna hold just 10 residents.
okay. Interesting.
Commissioner Rush?
Is the removal of the old one part of your responsibility, or is that part of our lease responsibility?
It was determined that there's nothing in the contract that speaks to anything
Okay.
about them removing. It
Okay.
would just simply be,
It's crushed, isn't it? Just crushed?
I
We'll
don't
do
even
it.
know
We'll
if
do
there's
the
a
work.
crush or if
Okay.
it would just be vacated, is the word I'm looking for.
Well, we talked about crushing. No, we did. I mean, there's some work that needs to be done.
It's not currently in the contract, so it would be
So
something that
it'll
would
be
have
our
to be.
responsibility. Okay, I just want to make sure.
I can, you can pave over it as is, if you have parking there, it would need to be modified or removed, build a building on it.
Yeah, well.
That's my recommendation.
Any, yes, Doug?
Good news, right?
Yes.
What else to
Yeah,
say?
that's great
Thank
news.
you.
End of September.
Thank you very much, and thanks for giving up your Memorial Day or your 4th of July weekend.
I have one question.
Yes.
What happens if this, what Cal meeting says can't happen that quick? Are you still on some kind of a deadline?
Well, you're on a
just told
deadline,
us.
and we would like to be kept closely informed. And if there is a way to accommodate a need and still meet our needs, then I would assume we'd consider it. But,
Our plan is we're starting on it already.
Yeah.
We're gonna be.
yeah,
Great.
we want to be good neighbors, but we,
There's always a snag somewhere
Yeah.
along the line.
Well, of course.
If we see good progress, I think we can
That's-
work.
That's what we're looking for.
Just
More
keep-
forward progress.
I think the current agreement is set to expire the end of October.
so keep our administrator informed. Thank you.
Very good, thank you.
Eric.
We now have budget work sessions update.
So in terms of budget work session update, the very last item in your packet is a kind of a timeline. So just wanted to inform the board that this is the timeline that we're working on. The department heads were requested to have their budget amendments in by last Friday. So I believe we've received the majority of those, and then we'll start internal plans and discussions with the team to roll the next level of the budget forward. And then at that point, probably the beginning of August, we'll have documents in the board books or the budget books to the board members to take a look at. And in the meantime, we'll be sending a request out for board members to look at a timeline that we would want to start the budget work sessions in probably mid-August, I would think.
Could we have those dates pinned down by next Tuesday, and we'll bring that here could send something out to us and see what common availability is, so we get those on our calendars. That make sense?
Yes, the sooner the better,
Yeah, same here.
because life goes on.
Already have a fair amount of commitments. those
I do
months.
too,
Right.
So-
as well.
So we will be getting some sort of matrix from Deb, and let's get that back so Laurel can get that compiled, and we'll pin them down. Thank you. Thank you, Deb.
Yep, absolutely.
We now have 2 letters of support on the agenda, and I think they're both yours.
Sure. So the first letter of support, there's not an actual EDS that's in front of you. It was mentioned in my report earlier in regards to the grant that Trudy is currently working on for the grant writer. And they're basically just requesting a letter of support from the county for that rural readiness grant application. So I think it's just a matter of generating a letter and authorizing the chairman to sign that on behalf of the board.
We have a motion to that effect.
I would move that we recommend, is this a recommendation, no, or is this a final that you can just go ahead and do this now, right?
I think it probably will have to come back Tuesday as well, but that's.
Okay, so I move to recommend that the Board of Commissioners
Approve a letter of support
approve a letter of support
for the rural
for
readiness
the
grant
rural readiness grant.
Support.
All those in support of
No,
that
I
motion?
gotta, excuse me.
Yes.
Sorry. So is this the Traverse Connect?
No.
This is one that Trudy presented yesterday to the Housing Action Group.
I believe it's
To get a grant writer.
There's two.
Yeah,
Two
for
letters.
it actually,
Right.
there was a mistake. The late editions you received is different. So this is
Okay.
not listed in one of your, what would be either
Okay, I
one
thought
or
we were
two
gonna
of the
take
late
Traverse
editions.
Connect first. Okay.
I think
Because
rural
we added
readiness
this
is
one
key.
second. So this is for the grant writer you want to do first.
I think it's the MEDC is what is the rural readiness is through. So
Mhm.
that's where it comes from.
Well, okay, I had that one on second, so that's my question. Okay.
So all those in support of that motion say aye.
Aye.
Motion approved, 7-0. Next.
So the second is truly the late edition that you received, and this one is regards to the Traverse Connect, is seeking letters of support for their application to the U.S. Economic Development Administration Regional Technology and Innovation Hubs Grant Program. And as I understand it, there's 5 different entities that have to be represented in the grant application. And one of them is a governmental entity, and so they are asking Leelanau County to join this grant application as the governmental entity recognizing that this facility will be in Leelanau County. I think it gives us a unique opportunity, and so it will require a letter of support to be submitted for this grant application. And all of the backup documents were included in your packet.
Gwen?
I move to recommend that the County Board of Commissioners approve the request from Traverse Connect for a letter of support for its application to the U.S. EDA Tech Hubs Grant Program.
Support.
Any discussion? Linda?
Well, I was just searching for it. The $500,000 they're asking for is not to build the center. This is to hire somebody, correct?
They are staffing requirements necessary to move the project forward, yes.
So it's to hire, I'm looking for it.
It says hire a leader to expand the work toward building the economy and bring them further in making the center a reality. So staffing it.
So this $500,000 over 5 years, over 3 years, over how, this is all just,
I received this request Friday.
Yep,
So
and
I
that's a
apologize
concern.
for not having more
It's always a
time.
problem with late editions, isn't it? So I guess my question is, I've always had a problem with grants that are for salaried positions. Because as grants go away, then there's left with no money to fund the person. So I guess that would be my first question is, once these dollars are gone in this project, is halfway started, unfinished, who's going to pick up the tab when that's all gone?
Can I answer
And
that?
how long can that be stretched out over?
I mean, typically, if it's a grant-supported position, you write that in the job description. You say this is a grant-supported and lasts 2 years or lasts 5 years. I've applied for positions like that before.
Don't we need to know that if it's $500,000, are they paying, we say, oh, we write this grant for 1 year and they get $500,000 to come up with a plan, or is it over 5 years at $100,000? And typically, as you say, you write that in there that this for this position, then typically the grant dollars go away, and then typically you're left with somebody that needs to fund that person. That's my concern.
No, that's what I'm saying. When you hire for those positions, you state that it's a grant-supported position. The grant is allocated for this amount of time. Does that make sense?
That is exactly how it should work. What I'm saying is that it's not how it works. That's what I'm saying. I've seen
Historically-
it enough times to know suddenly the grant dollars are gone and we've got to pick that person up because the grant dollars are gone, even though they knew that their position could disappear at the end of the grant dollars. That never happens, is what I'm saying.
I think what we're being
So-
asked to do is to submit a letter of application in support of a grant.
No financial.
If we were to receive that grant, it doesn't come to us, it comes to a coalition. And we would have the opportunity at that time to say whether we want to be a part of that or not. I think TC Connect is just asking for support from as many entities as might provide it and say, this is a need in the region. But I think we'd have a chance before next Tuesday to confirm that there's no outstanding obligation for us except supporting the concept.
Well, I just don't know what a primary coalition member is going to be responsible for in the future. That's my concern.
Could I have a motion maybe to move this forward to next week? And we'll get that information. Is that,
I would make that motion to move this forward to next week.
I'll second that.
yes,
I just
Doug?
want to make sure we're clear on what questions Melinda has and what information we're gathering. So is there any confusion on that right now? Your confusion is what possible obligations we would have. And I don't disagree with both. I mean, I know that when you hire, you have, but you live for a certain amount of time, and I have seen grants run out, and there'll be a discussion here on what a good thing was happening, how we all just love what has happened, and as unfortunate grant is, and then being obligated and actually kind of end up worked into it are two different things. So there's a legal part, but it's going to be the first time I've seen what Melinda describes either. So I think we need to be careful.
Yes. When?
And I would just like to comment that this is potentially for a freshwater research and innovation center.
Which was already granted, was already $50 million. Yeah.
And this is an unbelievable opportunity for the county, and I will be proud to be one of the people supporting they're looking for this grant, because what an asset that would be to the county.
And it includes
And
a lot of
it's not a person coming here to work, so then we're going to have to pay them this is a freshwater center.
So we have a motion on the table to move this forward to next week, and the administrator will get some additional information.
But the timeline was wrong, right? I mean, they need an answer by the 14th?
Yeah, actually, I
So-
received this, I believe, on
We can't-
Sunday.
We can't push it. I don't
Well,
believe we
they
can.
need to have a commitment, or at least an understanding if we're going to support it by the 14th. I didn't think that they needed the letter by then, but if we let them know, based on a decision by the board today, that we're moving it forward, or that there's a decision to approve the letter of support, I think that they could wait another few days.
Yeah, we're moving it forward to make sure we know what we're supporting.
Yeah, I think then we need to discuss it now, because
Yeah.
this is really important for our local economy.
It is.
And I
They
don't
need-
think we
they
can
need an
just
answer.
blow it off till next week if they need the answer by Friday, or one day.
Well, I
Well,
don't
we
have,
can't, no matter what we do.
yeah, but
We're just supporting it.
no.
Okay, let's start with Doug, and we'll go with Gwen, then Melinda.
Understand
Yes,
Board preferences.
Motions on the floor. No one withdrew the first one.
be willing to withdraw your
Ah, no one withdrew the first one. Okay, I'm not going to withdraw it.
Okay?
Okay.
Let's vote.
We have a motion on the floor. It is to approve this and submit the letter of, recommend submitting the letter of recommendation. All those in support of that motion say aye.
No more discussion.
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Aye.
No, I did not oppose. Sorry, I was late.
Had some discussion asked, but I guess
You want to discuss?
well, my point is like what we're trying to do today,
Yeah, no,
Doug
I
know
had
what
to do
that
it anyway. I mean, even if we approve this on the consent agenda, it could be removed next week by any one commissioner's motion.
Right.
So the thing you're trying to accomplish today is not getting accomplished anyway.
Right. Yes,
Except
it
that
is.
they
They
need
need
to-
an answer that we're going to write a letter by Friday.
We
But
can't
that doesn't
give
happen.
them that.
Even what we did today doesn't do that.
That's right.
Right.
That's what I'm trying to say. Even what we did today does not guarantee
That's
them that
correct.
letter.
So we have approved putting this on the agenda for
Well,
next
that's what I was
week.
trying to-
It
that's what I was
will
trying to-
not
I don't
be-
know if we did approved it or not.
I don't know what that motion, I'll go back. I don't know what that vote was to move it for, to request the letter. Was Kramer a yes or a no? Because right now I have a failing 3-4.
She said yes.
She said yes.
You could
So
do
it's
it.
4-3.
Who else said yes?
Kama, Elgire, and Wessel?
I did not, no. Did you
Okay.
say yes?
I did.
Yes,
Okay.
Jim O'Rourke.
Okay, thank you.
So, and Doug is absolutely right. It's going to be on the agenda. It will not be on the action agenda. The administrator knows our questions, and we can modify that in any way we want to at next week's meeting.
That's all.
I don't think, just to clarify with Commissioner Lautner, this doesn't put us on for anything. This would be Trevor's Connect. That would be carrying the ball with the grant. It would have, they're just looking for letters of support. So that's all we need to do is support this project. I think this project is huge, and I know that it takes a lot of stakeholders from education, both the private sector, the public sector, and they've been working on it for a really long time. And it's a really big opportunity for our region.
Technically, I hope you're exactly right. But what I'm saying is in the past, those things tend to come back and bite you.
No, but this is through Trevor's Connect.
Excuse me.
I think it's time to move on. We know what the
Yeah.
issues are.
Okay, I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, I thought I had the floor.
I don't
Yeah, I have the floor.
think I recognized you, but I'd be happy
But I
to.
still have the floor. Yeah, thank you.
We now are on the agenda to, do we have any more letters of recommendation?
No, we do not.
Thank God.
Then we have review of financials. Hi Kathy and hi Sean.
Must be some questions about financials.
Any questions?
How heavy is that? That's our question, is how heavy the packet
I have
is?
a really simple, just a real simple one. Everything is broken down, every single purchase, like from Bunnick Hardware, has to be a line item.
Well, as I'm training our account clerk to give you as much description as possible, so when you have your document to review, you have a lot of information.
Yeah.
We sometimes, time doesn't allow, so you might see, a more generic
Composite,
description.
yeah.
But if we have some good edit time and we can be detailed for you, I think it's important that you approve.
Yes, we're responsible for all of it. Every single invoice is what we are responsible for, so we definitely need to know. As I said, I did see the heat pumps in there, and there were 3, but the clerk's office, I think, was a lot less. It was like...
It was purchased several years ago.
That's why.
Last year, and put in
Okay.
storage for that repair. And so
Okay.
the bill that you're looking at is the installation, the labor.
Just the installation. Okay, that explains why it was half.
So you
Yeah.
didn't have to bring it back.
All right, and I think it was page 8, maybe the bottom of the page. We had interest on, I think it was at probate court to the enterprise. It's the last one, page 8, maybe?
I can address that.
Okay.
We did notice in the month of April, I can't remember which month, we were missing some bills from probate, and we just think maybe somebody just wasn't getting their emails. And this one,
Oh.
we didn't write this one off. So.
Interesting.
I think
Okay.
we're on top of it.
Yeah, okay, that would be my next question. We're on top of it now? Okay, very good. Very good.
The things that normally come through and we don't see them, we
Mhm.
pursue. And it's
Yeah,
like,
okay.
We usually see this bill. Maybe it's not come through an email or whatever.
Okay.
I just think it's funny, like a box of paper clips. I guess I'm happy to go through, I don't know how many pages this is, but I feel like I might miss something really important because I'm worrying about a box of paper clips. So again, I'm totally new to this role and going into the budget. I really want to do a good job, but I just feel like, I don't know, am I the only one feeling that way? That this is just a bit, that's just how I feel. Okay.
I personally feel like you'll learn the most about county government in
By
here.
looking at the box of paper clips too?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yes, because it's now,
Okay.
you look at office supplies in general.
Yeah.
So yes, once in a while, they're purchased individually because something missed an order, but generally usually integrity, I think is where this comes from. So it'll be a big order of office supplies. So
We have a statutory requirement
it's statutory, it's exactly right.
to do this, so.
To do the paper clips
Yes,
too.
I mean, yeah, yeah.
So at what point would we say that our taxpayers' dollar doesn't matter anymore? You know, do we say, well, if it's under
Because if they're within
$100,
their budget and they have an office supply of $500 and the $2 is, yeah, again, those are questions I'm sure will be answered as we go through the budget.
I think
But-
it is our job.
It's like the business owner that wasn't concerned about the sawdust that the employee was taking home every night because it was just a wheelbarrow full of sawdust every night, till he discovered he was out of wheelbarrows.
Take the wheel.
Yeah. It seems tedious, but it is just part of what we have to do.
Isn't there a song about somebody
can't
building
stand.
his own Cadillac by taking home parts?
We also assume that the finance director or the deputy or the director would bring to our attention any concerns that we might miss.
Correct.
So
Because we're
if
looking
we
at
might be
paper.
missing something, we'd like to hear.
I prefer to give you more information than not enough.
Absolutely.
Because
Thank you.
an informed decision is, our goal is to help you with that. And just as a point of interest, there are some counties in our beautiful state where they don't have a document like this. You would get a photocopy of all of these invoices in your packet, and you would be going through each invoice yourselves. There are still counties in this state that do it that way.
Wow.
Whoa,
Thank you.
we're
And
saving paper if nothing else.
furthermore-
Any other questions for, yes?
Yeah, I'm going over these, and I do enjoy going over these, and I guess if I have any expertise at all, it's probably in vehicle maintenance, since I ran the sheriff's department for years. And, you know, it's upon the people at the sheriff's department to go out and look for the best bid, best service, and as well as any of the departments. And just going over the sheriff's budget and the oil changes, they're getting oil changes for $50-some. It's cost me $80, so,
Yeah,
you know,
you did a good job.
it's nice to go over these. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim.
I was just going to add, and post audit also is another, whole nother level of information, and that's where you'll see a lot of your, we had this morning senior services, so you've got all the assistants, and you'll see what they need the assistance for, or what they're using it for, and I just think that's another very good point of information for us.
Great. Thank you, Kathy. Thank you, Sean.
I do anticipate that there will be additional finance reports that will be generated for the board in the coming months ahead. So we'll present ideas for the board in terms of maybe cash flow or kind of an overview statement or things like that. So we're looking at more information to provide to the board.
Thank you.
Thank you. We now are down to special reports by staff, commissioners, and affiliated agencies. And I think we had, yes?
So we have the opportunity, as we spoke earlier on the agenda about the BIS, the different equipment. We have a technician from BIS. So actually, if you could join us up here at the table and speak to, I don't know if Leanna had the opportunity to talk to you all about what had been proposed.
I don't know entirely. I know you guys were thinking about like lapel mics maybe, but I don't know.
So you haven't seen the proposals, though? You haven't looked
No,
at the
not
request?
personally. I was in here servicing one of the courtrooms, and I came here to check out you guys' situation before.
Okay. Well, what I was intending, I knew that he was available, so what I was intending is thinking that he had had the opportunity, and no offense to you, the opportunity to look at the bids and maybe make some recommendations, but I'm not sure that we want to put you on the spot to be able to address what the board has looked at in terms of proposals. So I'm not sure that it would be, unless the board wants to ask any questions, I just wanted to let you know I've not.
I can share my expertise with you guys, give you my opinions, but I don't know about like bids or proposals or anything. And know what works and what doesn't, and I can hear that this isn't what's working, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So.
Do you know of any other counties that are using lapels or the headset microphones?
We try to avoid that because of the way the body pack is, it transmits the signal, and if your body's blocking that from the receiver, you can cut the signal out.
Yep.
Right, and so it's not really reliable at all, right?
So we have these currently that are an issue, but there is the issue that they are tethered. So is there new wireless equipment that would be?
Yeah, well, so primarily we deal with like the wireless, like boundary mics, like these ones right here. They have great pickup radius, you know. I believe we do have wireless ones of those, but both of those are on back order usually. But something more along those or these would be more what you'd be looking for in like a lapel or even a headset, you know.
To the question, I guess my question was, when I looked at the proposal, there was a great deal of money allocated for wireless equipment that would be sitting right in front of me. Now, during the meeting, we don't tend to roam around a lot. We sit right here, and there are existing cables in place. That so is there a? I mean, in my world, when I watch wireless, I see exactly why you're worried about lapel. They work great right until they don't. So I see where they're advantageous in certain spots, but I just don't. I guess I don't understand what the advantage would be sitting right here in front of me, where we already have a wiring and infrastructure in place to go to a wireless system right here.
Yeah, well, it doesn't necessarily have to be wireless. You could get newer goosenecks and stuff, but that would probably involve replacing the wiring just to make sure that nothing was like too old or worn out over time. Your microphones sound like they're the biggest problem, and then maybe the speakers as well.
Yeah.
And then, no, I get that.
That's it seems like.
So I think
Is that a viable option? I'm sorry.
So I'm not our sales rep.
Yeah, I
I
think.
give you all those details, but
Okay.
if you were just looking for like replacement goosenecks, that's a viable option. Because I can hear that those don't really pick up right here. You kind of have to be right up on it in order to be heard.
Yeah,
And then if you do that, though, it's distorted. I'm guessing the far end is
So I think we've all agreed we have an issue, a problem, we want a solution, but let's make it a studied one.
We will.
And thank you for
Yes.
letting us throw you under the bus.
You're all set.
Thank you. Thank
I'll
you.
reach out. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Any other staff? Yes, Michelle?
Just two things. I don't have anything prepared. I wasn't planning to speak, but I was listening from the office. I will be back before you in the next couple months regarding elections, especially with the recent passage of the proposal last year and how we're going to do that with townships being responsible for the early voting, which is 9 days, 8 hours in a precinct setting. And we're going to have a lot of conferences. We're waiting for legislation out of Lansing to see how this is going to work. It's a huge undertaking. It's going to be very costly for the townships, and they're trying to see at what level county clerks will be. And obviously, I offer the best security here. I have the most space, but there are other townships, and I haven't spoken to the township clerks to see how they want to handle this. So when you look at an election on Tuesday, you're talking about 2 full days prior to that election for potential early voting, including Saturdays and Sundays, with the only day being excluded is the Monday before. Not prepared to talk about it, but I just want to give you, because it has the potential to impact my budget. Probably, I was just asked by a commissioner about it yesterday. And I'm hoping to know more towards the end of the August about what the county clerk's role in this can be and should be, because there's some townships that aren't going to necessarily equipped as easily to handle that. The clerks work other jobs. Some of the clerks aren't there 5 days a week. And when you're talking about setting up a live polling place, that means you need at least 4 workers adequately trained. They have 27 ballot styles, you know, when it comes to August and November, and I'm just not really inclined to think about who I want, hope they're responsible handling that. So it's just something to come. I'm not prepared to tell you a lot. I've got to meet with the township clerks, meet with the people of the state, all the other county clerks. It's just a lot to do in a very short time frame.
The other thing that caught my ear when I was sitting there, and I think Kathy did a good job of addressing it, was Commissioner Ross's question. It may seem small when you're looking at claims and accounts. Claims and accounts are your current bills that we are paying right now. Post-audit are the bills that we paid in the prior month that were not approved by contract or by the Board of Commissioners, but were allowed to be paid under the budget rules. But when you get either one of these reports, and I know it may seem like paper clips, under your MCL that covers your duty, that is one of your basic things. Because by us giving you that detail, what Kathy touched on is, it is allowing you to not sit here and be like this, because there are a multitude of counties that come in and they sit and you look at each bill. It is your responsibility. It's not something you can pass off to someone else. It's not something that fancy reports are going to negate you, no matter how small it is. It falls on you, and that's why you get that. So I think it's a good question, and it seems perhaps petty, but it is one of the things that fall in the scope, whether it be pens or coffee filters, or if someone's buying bottled water, that should be buying bottled water, or someone's buying coffee pots, it's not an allowable expense, because we have so much of that that affects the Department of Treasury of what is a lawful and an unlawful expenditure. And although that will be caught generally in the process, sometimes there will things that will be brought to your attention will put through, because I can tell you from personal experience, having done this for many years, it doesn't make you really popular within the walls when you say no. But sometimes you have to say no. Otherwise, we can push it to you and make the sudden that you be the bad person to say no. But it is one of the things you do have to look at. And I know there's just no way for us to say, well, if it's under 500, we're just going to exclude it into a different list. Every single one of those bills is your responsibility. So.
Thank you.
I have a question. Is there any state funding for the additional days of?
That's what in August, Jen and I are both going to attend the conference in Muskegon, because it's just like, it has to do even with postage. Absentee ballots, my understanding is, and like I said, I don't have it written down, won't be called absentee ballots. There's not going to be sequestered 80 counting boards. How we do business, as far from a voter perspective, yes, the same rules, those same securities, that all applies. But some of the things are reimbursable. The presidential primary, if we ever get a date on that, that's reimbursed. You have a time limit to reimburse. Your townships can be reimbursed. But you want to make sure it's handled by the appropriate level of government that can be reimbursed. I mean, this is a whole lot of work that I'm not going to be willing to take on if we can't seek reimbursement. You're talking about 4 or 5 weeks of block time plus hiring people. County clerks, the way it sits right now, we don't have the authority to hire the election workers or an election. I have the authority that I have to train them, but unless I'm sent in because the county clerk can't do their job, I don't have certain authorities. So yes, the hope is the money's going to be coming from the state. I understand it's still taxpayer dollars, but if we can recoup that to help us at the local level, we're going to want to do that. Because I just ran some brief numbers the other day, and I'm just like, it's just my little preview so that you're not shocked when you see me potentially coming with significantly high numbers. My election budget for 24 will already be significantly higher. General elections, primaries, presidential primaries, are very expensive to run. And it just happens every other year. And make sure I have to deal with this every day. So I just wanted to give you that.
Thank you.
Just don't leave.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank
Michelle.
you.
Any other staff commissioner affiliated reports? Yes, Commissioner Lautner.
Yesterday, at the Housing Action Committee meeting, we watched a presentation from a gentleman out of Portland, Oregon, about housing trust funds, I believe it was called. It was very interesting. I guess I just have some concerns. You mentioned the Housing Action Committee. Oh, and I know when Housing Action Committee was set up, and it was set up with basic guidelines, and the idea was that we were not going to use public monies to build housing anymore. We had been down that road once before, a couple times, and it hadn't worked out well for the county. So the idea was that resources that were non-monetary could be used through the county, such as Trudy, if she had time to facilitate the Housing Action Committee, work with our inspections department to help ease regulations on inspections, et cetera, and to work with townships on getting zoning issues cleared up, that sort of thing. Now fast forward. We've already given ARPA dollars to housing. We have a contract now with Housing North for a housing administrator. In this trust fund basically can be used in a lot of different ways, but a few interesting facts that he came up with would to somehow find a way to give the county a big pocketbook to generate solutions and get fixed funding. I guess what caused me the most concern was his comment about redirecting wealthy people's funds. So obviously, my concern is that this board would consider a millage for housing in this county. So there are other ways to do it. Trudy Gala had a couple of very good ideas for it. I think I had a perfect solution. It would take some time to go to the state of Michigan and get that approved, but I think that would be another solution. So I think there's ways, but his idea was dedicated taxes or fees, and some of them are just, like hotel tax. Well, we don't have hotels in the county. But tax short-term rentals and those sort of things. But trying to put the fees onto those visiting. So anyway, that was it was very interesting. But we're talking workforce housing. I think the most telling is that yes, we do need EMTs in say Northport or Glen Arbor. But nobody wants to consider just looking at housing outside of our county line and commuting in, that's not good enough for us. And yet we have people living in Northport commuting to Traverse for work, and they're happy to do that. And we have people in Grand Traverse County that commute up into the county, and they're happy to do that. I know people who live right down on M72, but drive to Northport, and they're okay with that. They don't want to live in Northport. They have a home down there. They're okay with that. But we think we have to solve the problem of the workforce housing, and I don't know what the solution is, but this will be a topic of discussion going forward.
Thank you. And I would remind us that this is not discussion time. If we're, any other reports from staff or agencies?
I just want to report on the Leelanau Lake Association. I think this is an appropriate time, but I just wanted to let everyone know that this morning while we were meeting here, a huge group of volunteers was tackling an unexpected explosion of Eurasian water milfoil. That's in my township of Centerville Township at Honky Road at Centerville Township Park. And I just want to publicly say my appreciation for this group that is helping to solve a huge problem that affects everyone for our namesake lake. So if you see a LLA, Lake Leelanau Lake Association member, please thank them for all their incredible hard work. And then just real quickly too, Trudy mentioned the PA 115, the new waste management, materials management plan. As the representative on the Solid Waste Council from this board, I plan to be on her committee. She does need one county representative, and I'm hoping I can be that one person because I'm passionate about making sure that this new plan going forward is going to include a lot of great innovative opportunities that are out there for us to take advantage of. So please support me if that comes to, so I can be a part of the future solutions.
Any other reports? Well, I wanted one on behalf of the Soil Conservation District, saving birds through humanity, through habitat, the Invasive Species Network. Kama and I are pulling together a group of people to tackle the autumn olive issue in Leelanau County. And we're going to be seeking volunteers and education and try to figure out a way to do that. And we'd welcome any of you to this brainstorming meeting. But it's a serious issue. And I remember when I first moved to Leelanau County, I bought autumn olive seedlings from the Soil Conservation District to plant.
Yep. Such a great bird habitat.
Kama and I will let you know when we're meeting, and you'd be welcome to meet. Any other? Okay. We now are at our final public comment session. Joe, and then Jerry, and then Bill.
I'll be very brief. Joe before us again, Leelanau Township, Leelanau Energy. I just wanted to say, I think it makes, it's very understandable that you would like to have a definition of a mission and scope for that task force. Leelanau Energy would be very pleased to assist with that. We have a pretty large membership that I think is quite representative of the county, and that membership includes one of the board members of Cherryland Electric. I think, as was pointed out earlier in the discussion, the utility representative probably would be a wise idea on that work group, and if you would like, I'd be happy to approach our member for that position, as well as other representatives who see fit. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Jerry?
My name is Gerald Johnson. As some of you know, I am a retired lawyer, and what I'm about to say, I am not looking for work. Only yesterday, we heard from Mr. Hubble on the matter of staffing up for FOIA. I don't want to make any recommendation as to where this staff person should be. I do want to say that I've been on both sides of the FOIA relationship. I have helped draft manuals in FOIA compliance. And let me say that because there is a tension between the normal responsibilities of somebody in administration or bureaucracy and what the law requires, it requires very great sensitivity. It requires the sensitivity of at least a paralegal who operates under the direction of, I would say, the county's attorney, whoever that is, because there are so many discretionary functions to be performed. It requires obtaining a global knowledge of government. As Mr. Hubble said, I want to endorse his emphasis on the consequence of getting it wrong. So please don't let this pass as just another hiring decision. It's a major step in transparency and in responsibility and in prudence and in obedience to the law, which urges transparency. So thank you for listening.
Thank you.
Thank you
very much.
Mr. Wiesner?
Job description, paralegal, did you get that?
I did.
All right. You do it right, man. FOIA will cost you.
I don't want. Ready for the second?
No, FOIA will cost you.
The second one.
Bill Eastner, Elmwood Township. And no fraud, the only way to guarantee it is to have one person, one ballot, one vote, one day. And what Michelle just shared, that should scare the, whatever that word is, out of everyone. It costs a lot. Paper ballots cost about 25%. To go to paper ballots, 25% of what we're spending now. It's been done in Missouri. It was done in the past. We haven't had all the people complaining about the voting until we went to all these new ideas, especially the early voting. The easier you make the voting, the easier it is to cheat. And that's what's been happening. And so I don't know why anyone would want to continue with it. And Jocelyn Benson, our Secretary of State, again, the lawbreaker, signature verification, relaxation, acceptance of ballots after 8 o'clock, mailing out all those additional ballots. I state earlier, but mailing out all those opportunities to get ballots. Let people figure out a little bit by themselves. It seems like they're pushing them for a reason. And they're pushing them because that's an easy way to cheat. Back to just the paper I handed out today. I'll just read what Glenn wrote to, just because I didn't get to it in the beginning. She, about the voting, I would hardly agree that I've taken her training, Michelle's, and I sat in on elections for years. We have an excellent system of voting. So, but I would say that you say that, but all this evidence of, that worries me. So shouldn't we be answering that rather than just saying anyone? Shouldn't we be answering the things that are brought up, like the things I'm going to bring up right now? Let's look at the first one right here, this big chart. It includes Mr. Haldeman, who wrote the report, Hillary Clinton, Kamala Harris, and there's about 20 Democrats right there. They were all complaining, saying the machines are not safe to use. Let's get rid of them. And but then it all changed after 2020. I mean, if they complained then, even though they're not complaining now, their complaints back then were valid. They're not saying that our complaints were invalid. They're just not saying anything. That should give anyone pause. In the Rasmussen reports, 62% of the average American voter thinks that fraud determined the 2020 election. So the people would say, I think everything's hunky dory. I'm not saying anybody's dishonest, but shouldn't we give an answer? Shouldn't we answer these questions to the 62% that think it's there was cheating? The 50% say the state election officials are ignoring widespread evidence of fraud, and that's from the Democrats. They're the ones that said that. There's so much here, and I'll get to it next week also. I'm running out of time already, but the first one I mentioned is Dennis Montgomery. His PCAPs, people laugh and say it's not real, but they have him under, he can't speak. Why is that? Why are they silencing this man and his findings? And then Douglas G. Frank, again, looking at the national census, looking at state data on registered voters and ballots cast, 0.997% accuracy. He can predict all that.
I'm sorry, your time is.
A lot of time, but please consider this and explain it rather than.
Thank you.
saying, "I think it's fair."
Any other public comment? Yes, Mr. Makowski.
Good afternoon. Mr. Peacock was here a month ago, I believe, to talk about the chastising report, audit report. And I think he made some statements, but you're going to have to correct me, maybe I misunderstood. He did say very clearly that it's the job of the county finance to watch every penny. That was not his job. He was looking at the oversight of spot checking. So we have to listen to what Mr. Peacock said, and if I made a mistake in understanding, then you have to correct me. Another thing, in our omniscience and omnipotence as public officials, Nebraska, the city of Nebraska installed hundreds of acres of solar panels. So as we go along trying to do the same thing, foolishly, the hailstorm wiped hundreds of acres of that. So let's call up that goal. Let's put it in. Same thing with the windmill at the treatment plant in Northport. We try all these, we experiment with public monies and speculate with public monies. And then we have a over face, and is accountable. I've never seen so much mirth at a county commission meeting, which I've attended every week for 19 years. We never had so much laughter because we did lots of business for a $200 million corporation. But here it's all fun because we're using other people's money. It's not our money. So I am reaching a conclusion, we are reaching a conclusion that the capability of this board is quite limited because most of you lack true business experience. And I think we need a new board very soon. And we need to look forward to doing that at the next election. There is a paucity of people looking at things and looking at things from the perspective of what the people want. We go back again to this issue that 46.11 MCL calls out the duties of the county commission. And we believe, and I think that's what this goal of this commission should be, that anything that's mandated and essential needs to be addressed by the county commission. Anything that is non-essential, non-mandated, should come with a lawful petition from the people. But this board is, I think, condemned itself to running government, particularly when we talk about item 9C. I don't see that in the MCL. I don't see where that's a need or necessity. I see no report that says so. Yet we bring things before this board without any report of any kind, with need, necessity, justification, about it. It just doesn't come in first. We want to approve it first and then have somebody develop. Also, we do not create things. We establish these things. Finally, I'm concerned that as we go along and watch this now for a few years, we have an 8th commissioner. Our commissioner is usually part of the administration. And I've watched this tendency, thing that I find not very tasteful because we defer to the administrator for everything that we do, not using pure economic business sense. So We're gonna keep on doing this. I see no change. We're gonna continue on, stop keep cutting. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else for public comment today? Thank you. Any commissioner comments? Yes, Gwen.
I always appreciate your comments. And I'd like to add just kind of a different perspective to one thing that you said. If we laugh occasionally, I think it's a wonderful, wonderful change from a couple of years ago, that we are talking together and working together. So if we appear to be taking things lightly, I hope you understand that we're not. But I'm heartened by the fact that we're talking. And I have one more concern. You are so dedicated to your message, and I appreciate your dedication. Looking at your handout today, I hope that those things don't go on your website, because I am concerned for personal safety if you start targeting people. That's just a concern. But I appreciate your dedication to your message.
Thank you. Any other, yes, Commissioner Roy?
Yes, sir. Last week, we lost a county resident, a former business associate of mine. He was sentenced to at least 13 years. Thank you, Mr. Hubble.
Yeah.
Thank you. Commissioner Lautner?
I think I've heard some very interesting comments just now in public comment, and so I just want to say, I think they're well received. I think we have to be very cautious about developers using us to benefit their pocketbook. We have to be very careful. And if there's giddiness on this board, I've seen it myself, because I think there's some giddiness that things that have been asked of us in the past never made it past this board. And I think there's an anticipation that finally some money can be coming into their pockets, and that concerns me greatly.
Thank you. Anybody else? I have one, and it's about our agenda, and I'm going to suggest at the August meeting that we modify our agenda lineup a little bit and move, out of respect for the visitors that come in and present to us, move presentations and reports up at the very beginning of the meeting, and then follow that with our public comment and then our business meeting, just so that people on the agenda that travel here to report and have a day job can do that. So we'll have that discussion, and I just want to give you an advance warning on that. It is in our board rules, our lineup, but we can amend those, and just simply putting communications, proclamations, and presentations at the beginning of the meeting after we approve of the agenda. I think that might be, we had an attorney last month, and we had Cherryland Electric representative, and we had at least one other person that wanted to speak to us, and they sat here for quite some time.
Presentations are very nice and needed, but I don't think we need to go line by line, item by item.
Thank you. So we'll have that discussion in August and take a look at that. And I thank you all. We're now down at approval of financials. Melinda.
Yes, I would recommend approval of claims and accounts, $93,423.93.
Support. All those in support of that motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
I
Yes.
recommend approval of post audit, $1,571,264.89.
Support.
All those in support of that motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion is approved. We do have a very short meeting following. We'll take a 5-minute break for the clerk to adjust
I need
things.
15.
15?
15 minutes, if we could, please.
I need food.
Okay.
Thank you.
We'll
My
take a
God.
15-minute report.
How are